YouTube. It's Brian Phillips. We've got a super, super small, tiny. Holy cow, this thing's heavy.
No,
tell me.
it is.
Oh
really
my goodness. Tiny package. Here on Brian Phillips RC, we unbox them, we build them, we set them up start to finish so that you don't have to wonder if you can handle it, afford it, whatever. And we're gonna do that right now. This says, remain closed, one piece, don't open. That is because it has to go from China.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
This is definitely China.
It is Fragile. All your Fragile stickers are upside down.
Oh yeah?
It is a
Maybe it's Italian.
It's a handmade product.
I like handmade products.
I like it when they're one piece.
At the end of the day, what type of product it is, you'll have to wait and see.
That could
Unless you saw it in the thumbnail.
That could be a leaf blower. That'd be about the right size. That'd be a heavy leaf blower.
I would be so let down.
I mean, it might blow leaves.
I mean, I do like a leaf. Well, you're right. I think it will. So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we love aviation, RC aviation. We're glad to have you in our audience. We're gonna tell the full truth about all the up and coming RC products that we see. Sometimes we press hard to get our hands on them. This was one of them.
Yeah.
Like months of effort. And here she lies.
This one is like my baby. Like it's been like that long that I've been working on this.
There's another.
I was gonna say that
this is exterior packaging.
We were just talking about.
Now there is another label under here, so you might have to forgive us for a quick second. I gotta double check this is not. No, it's. I might be able to just take it off real quick, so just give me a quick sec here. Okay, sorry, there was another shipping label on it. I don't even know if it was to us. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. A lot of times, because of our early release schedules, we are getting these things from China, and this one was a direct from China, straight from Chinatown.
Yeah.
Like in China, not in like San Francisco.
It's from Sesame Street in Illinois.
Oh yeah.
There's another box.
There's another box.
We were talking about China and their love of.
They love boxes.
Corner guards.
The corner guards. Our
new
son
thing.
got a steering wheel for his birthday and a force feedback steering wheel, so he's super excited. After sales service reminder card. After you submit the relevant issue according to the guidelines, we'll promptly match you with an appropriate solution based on the information you provide. Okay, so show them this. I mean, it's good that they put that in there, flip it over on the back. I don't know, I'm not gonna make any guarantees of what they recommend there, but this comes to you from our friends. Hold on, this comes to you from our friends. Hey, that's Sterling Kit, okay? Just call me a Sterling Kit agent until we're done. I mean, seriously, we've had really good luck with them. We've worked with a number of different brands. And, well, these are distributor. They don't make any of this stuff. They're just distributor. Okay, I got to be careful how this falls out, okay? So, hey, just relax. Are we good for paperwork and stuff?
Nope, nothing.
So this box is much more reasonable. Good lordy lord. This is like triple walled cardboard too.
It's crazy.
They're like really worried about this. I've literally seen coffins that are smaller than this. If you guys don't know that, if you die overseas and they ship your body, they ship you in a cardboard box, quite literally. So if you're in the military and you've ever had to do that to your friends, thank you for your service. All joking aside. But that, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like they would be just like this, except bigger, unless you're small. Why do I know this? Because I work with a lot of shippers that ship things.
Yes.
Among all other things I do. So, at the end of the day, okay, that was the bottom, okay? And then you can see we have staples.
Yeah, on this side.
So
okay.
I'm not certain I'm gonna have to be able to pull those, but I think what I'm gonna do is, nope, that is building the box. So this is a box lid, okay? I've got the knife in the pocket.
Okay.
Ah, there's one more piece, dang it. Guys, this is killing me. This is killing me. We are still not 100% sure there's not a second box.
Yeah, we don't think we have it all.
The more I unpack this thing, the more I think there's probably a second box because it's getting smaller and smaller. It's like,
I know.
You know those like Russian dolls, they come out and eventually?
Yeah. Madrushkas?
Please. Candy store. Kid in candy store. Look at that. Look at the tail.
I see it.
Ooh, Sterling kit, if you're paying attention. Well, it's...
What?
I was actually directing that at the wrong people, but that's okay. Okay, so what does it say? Open part, open part. Okay, so that's not just shipping, okay? So we're just gonna cut this out. Now, folks, here on Brian Phillips RC, we show the full process for a reason, okay? When you get something this expensive, remember, when you're looking at the price, follow the links in the video description below. We don't often talk a lot about the prices because they change a lot. And we have absolutely no control over the pricing.
Zero.
Okay. There have been like occasions where the companies that are distributing these will sometimes ask us like, hey, which type of sensor do you think you prefer? And I don't know if that's just because they're asking us what they want us to ship or, okay, so this would be the canopy. Oh, it's so cool. Okay. This is the innards of the canopy.
They don't even know what it is yet.
They'll figure it out.
The leaf blower?
This is the leaf blower part. Holy
oh my
crap,
goodness.
that is so sweet. Wow. Oh, yes.
Hold it still.
Oh, man, it's so detailed.
Oh, my gosh.
That is so, so good. Oh, man, that is awesome. Okay, this could be anything that's got 2 seats. It could be a car. Guys, I'm going with car.
Okay.
Okay? So let's put this out of the way. I need to not fall over that. We'll put this next to the fruits.
Okay.
Okay, and we're gonna keep going. This is an unbox, but what I was getting at is, here on Brian Phillips RC, we show the whole process because it kind of matters when you're getting such an expensive thing. And just follow the links in the video description below. You can see exactly how much this thing is going to cost you if you decide to buy one. By the way, if you buy one from that link in the video description below, we are commissioned on the sales, and that's how we fund our channel, okay? Make no mistake, whatever we made, it's already spent.
Yes, and
to the tune of like factors of multiples of 20s.
And whatever this is, they're kind of testing the waters.
Oh yes, landing skids. We have narrowed it down to some sort of a craft with landing skids, okay?
And set your leaf blower down.
Looks like quality control. They have used the proverbial QC sticker. And everything is taped together, which is nice. I like that they did that, okay? You guys may not know this. I work with many, many quality departments in my day job.
Wait, does that say anything? Because that came off of this bag.
Okay, I'm gonna put this back on there just to make the camera crew happy. I don't think it's probably gonna matter.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna go ahead and I'll just cut this off. Okay, does that make you feel better? I don't think we're gonna need it.
I don't think we're gonna need it. I just didn't know what it said before.
That is a fair assessment. Okay, there's not a lot of parts, guys. Look, we're down to like, there's one big, giant, awesome part in there. And I know you've already seen the thumbnail, so you know exactly what you're coming for, but here on Brian Phillips RC, we wanna drag this thing out.
Because we're usually so speedy?
Listen, long format is here, okay? If you want short format, there's only 4,000 other places you can go to get it.
Yeah.
Okay? If you want to watch somebody who cuts out all the critical elements and leaves you hanging your you-know-what in your hand or your pants around your ankles, there are plenty other places you can go and learn what you didn't actually expect to learn, okay? What I mean is, we show all the things. Holy crap, that's for the inside of the, that's, holy crap. This is the sticks. Wow. That is so cool.
Okay, cool.
I think that's how astronauts pee. Maybe it's a spaceship. Ooh. Okay. You guys are getting the, ooh, buddy. We got a light cover.
Like Legos.
Okay. Then we have body. Okay, so we're just gonna go over here. Okay. Now this all came in one bag, so I'm gonna lay this out here with the packaging. Just in case we have a problem, folks. Oh, it's a battleship. It's a battleship. This would fit in there. Yeah. It is sort of a battleship.
Sort of.
So when you look at the price and you fall out of your chair, just remember, we don't control how much that thing is. That looks pretty crappy up there. Yeah. But everything else looks fine. It's a Gatling gun. 3-barreled. Interesting. I wonder if it's actually 3-barrel.
I don't know.
And so it's got a gun, okay? A simulated gun. Simulated gun. Okay, so look. We got more stuff in this side. There's lots of little detailed stuff. Oh yeah, it's rocket pods. If your life wasn't already full enough. Put some rocket pods in it. Yeah, baby. Oh, they look so realistic. Oh, so cute. Little missiles to blow up people with. It's gonna be so good. I can't wait to fly this thing. I'm assuming it flies still. It could be a spacecraft. It could be a watercraft. Okay, another rocket pod. So we know it's symmetrical in nature. It's obviously long and slender. But I mean, most people, when it's long and slender, you want to know about the details because that's most of what we do. Oh, it's got some, that could be a rudder. These are wings of some sort. I wonder what kind of wings they are. Let's see how they feel.
What are they?
Carbon, not carbon fiber, there's like a fiberglass. Little something in there. Oh, it's a knockout for the bolt.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's where probably these things are gonna go. So we'll have to glue that stuff together, whatever that is. But it's like, I don't know if they aged that or if that's the way they glued it together, but they've got this kind of interesting thing. I'm not sure what that is. Ooh, you know, we used to know a guy who did the thing with the stuff that this is. Because I know what it is, and you guys know what it is.
We know a guy?
We know a guy. We used to sit behind him. It's all right.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
come back to that.
Okay.
So we'll just put that down. Same thing. So it's obviously symmetrical, and we're getting close, folks. Okay, if you can guess it.
Pocket empty over there on that side now?
I'm gonna just double check. I think this is a spacer. Okay.
Okay.
Oh man, this is packed a little bit too close to Dynam to make me feel comfortable.
Oh,
Yeah.
usually you want to keep that to yourself.
Yeah, I know, but we got to make sure there's nothing good in here. That is a unique way of doing it. Did they put a piece of foam in the box?
Just to protect it?
Yeah.
Okay.
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 Well, I mean, whatever. It got the job done. It didn't crush the box. And they were like layers thick. I know what this thing is, and I just can't imagine putting it in a box and sending it away. Okay. These might be wax. I don't know. But there's decals of some sort. It says Marines. Could be a boat. Could be a boat, guys. You never know. If the suspense is killing you, just imagine what it's like for me. Okay. All right, so I'm just looking inside and I'm thinking, how do I pull this out without breaking anything? Okay, it feels like it's just gonna come straight up. Oh man, I can see the exhaust ports. It is so good. Come on, come to Papa. It's okay, it's okay. It's safe here, maybe. There's no trees, don't worry. Oh, it's definitely not a StarCraft. Oh man.
Do you need help? Oh my goodness.
I kind of do, but I'm not gonna take it.
Okay.
Because I'm just a little bit concerned about the canopy. There's one piece of tape that's stuck.
Okay.
Okay, I need to untape this with my fingers, and then you might need to cut it with the knife because it's way down here. Just hand that to me and I'll cut it.
Okay.
Guys, there's one piece of tape that's stuck. See that?
Yep.
Okay, now that that's done.
I just didn't want it to.
I don't want it to slide out of my hands. Okay, watch out. Holy cow.
That's some packaging. Great, thanks.
Okay, so you can tell it's got a tail rotor. Oh, that is so cool. Ah, it's what we've been telling Flywing to do for a long time. Look, give them a close-up of that. Oh yeah, brushless motor, 2207 with this folding prop mechanism. Totally sick. Whew, okay.
You need a moment?
Contained, well, maybe. Okay, so I think it might be a helicopter. Might be a helicopter. What do you think?
It might be.
Might be a helicopter, but do not fall off of here.
I know.
Oh, it's so gorgeous. Man, look at the panel lines. Oh, look at the panel lines. They've already aged it. They've already done, the thing. There's serviceability. What is going on here? Wow, look at these blades.
Is that orange a separate piece or is it painted like that?
No, it's like painted.
That's so weird. Okay.
Wow, okay. All right, guys. Uh-oh. They did the thing with the stickers.
I know, they might not have had a choice on
coming off.
They might not have a choice on this one, but yes, they are. They're really coming off.
I don't care who we're doing it
No.
for. Oh my goodness.
Can you pull straight from the nose now?
I'm trying,
Okay.
but I'm just...
Okay.
I'm afraid I'm gonna yank off some sort of like a little detail.
I know.
Like for instance, they have the canopy taped on.
Tape them. Okay.
Oh, that is so dang beautiful. Guys, Sterling Kit, sorry, your stickers are coming off. There ain't no way I'm flying out with that thing on there. Oh, it is a Cobra helicopter. Okay, so let's have a talk about size classing, okay? Because that is a 470 class, right? Or 420
I think that's what they
class
call
or
it.
something?
I don't know.
This is a lot bigger. It's like twice as big, okay? Huge, beautiful. Oh man, that's good. It's so beautiful. And I gotta say, oh, that thing spins, so cool. Oh, is that the thing? No, no, they've got some fin antennas, and then they've got, that's inside the canopy. I am not sure if that a head-up display sort of looking thing.
Looks like it, like.
Yeah, I think it glues down here. It will, I'm sure there's gonna be instructions. We will read the instructions absolutely on this. Oh, look at that. Graded vent.
Oh, cool.
So beautiful. I am not sure I even want these things on here. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on what color the light is. Okay?
Oh, okay.
All right. So this has no guts in it.
Well, but I mean, there's foam in there.
No,
like,
there's no guts in there.
Okay.
It's
oh,
empty.
yeah, because
it's an empty shell.
Right. It'd be heavier.
So we're learning what we needed to learn today. Okay. So it's kind of late. It's dark. We just got this package yesterday. We had weddings. We had family stuff going on that couldn't be changed, and it was killing me. But I am so glad we opened this because that'll give me time to take off the Sterling Kit stickers.
Exactly.
I don't know. Maybe we have to do that at least one flight. I don't know. It's so beautiful.
We're taking them off.
We're taking them off. Okay.
Sorry.
We already told them don't put those things on our helicopters ever again.
And they usually don't. But
and they don't on yours. Customers don't get that, right?
There's a lot of, there's not a lot of these yet.
So I'm pulling this off. Yeah, this is going to be, I think, the second in the country. So Jay already got the other green one, I think.
Yeah.
Jay Kujan. So
as far as we know.
Jay. Lucky duck. So I am really, really excited to see this trim livery. I am excited to see it. I am a Cobra lover. I've loved Cobras since I was a young man, and I cannot believe I'm holding such a big one. This thing is huge, guys. This is big like an airplane, guys. Look at this. Just to give you an idea, I don't want to lose the canopy. It is on there pretty good. I think it's magnetically attached. Compared to this 1600 millimeter airplane we just did, that's the same size fuse. That is awesome. It's gonna look so good in the air. Oh, there's the other light. See?
Oh, yep.
On the tail.
Okay.
And I just saw these exhaust ports. Look at that sweet exhaust port. Oh man, it is so gorgeous. And then look at, that's an actual opening. So it actually transfers air. I kind of wish you had that netting like in the front.
Yeah.
But truth is, it's going to be going forward most of the time. Helicopters do go backward, full disclosure. And I am getting to be a better helicopter pilot. So I feel a whole lot less scared to do this. And I'm just going to tell you this right now, because this unbox is going to be a little bit weird because I'm not 100% sure we can even build the landing gear yet. But the build process on this will not be super intense. Yeah, magnetic. Okay. Foam out. I want you guys to see inside of here. Fiberglass, flat paint. This is not glue. That is aging. They put that on there on purpose, and it looks glorious, okay? So very nice, okay? Just take this foam out. We'll show you inside. You just gotta be careful not to tip the body.
Okay.
Oh, that is so good. Okay, so there's your tail rotor motor, and then the light, okay? See, it's just in a bag right there.
Yep.
And it's all held there. We got a Velcro strap here. Carbon fiber. Everything is glued in. Very heavy duty looking. Obviously, we could probably build the assembly down there, but there's, like, inside of this package, guys, there is no guts, okay?
Right.
So this is just the helicopter body, okay? Now, the body we have to stick in here is it's not bad like the Eclipse 360 from E-Flight. So it's not like this where you have to stick a boom down, okay? And when I say a boom down, that whole assembly slides all the way back,
right?
Okay. We just recently did a repair. It's a little easier to grab this than the one under the table, which, by the way, I love that one. It's a very good heli, but this is not going to be the way you have to do that. You just you just screw it in from the top.
Right.
So it's gonna rock in. And of course we have to put these things on, which is not a huge deal. It's about,
but do we
look,
have...
you can see this is the hardware.
Oh, there's
so
the
it's
hardware,
like 1,
yeah.
2, 3, 4. And then these are just end, they kind of stick things together. It's like rubber.
I mean, we could probably try and put the, unless there's a reason the skids would need to be off for the assembly to go in.
I don't think it matters, but look, this is the Velcro that comes with it, and it's pretty basic stuff. Big, huge, looks like plywood block that's screwed together for the Velcro. This, I think it's just got a singular, like it's, look inside there, show the people. That's all fiberglassed in.
Oh,
okay?
yeah, I see.
So the swivel mechanism is fiberglass in. You're not gonna be able to fix that very good. So in terms of serviceability so far, it seems reasonable, okay? What that means for you is like, this is an expensive helicopter. It's like multiple thousands of dollars, which is crazy. Because like these ones here, okay? Also Sterling kit available. By the way, I've been holding back on you because I've been doing this mod to paint the blades. And I learned how to balance these blades. And then I also did this because when I did this, they were off by 2 grams from each other. And then I had to find the center of mass and make them agree. And so this worked out really, really good. Even though I did a terrible job of painting, huge run on one of the wings, or one of the blades, main rotor. But I do have that flying again, and I have some vertical. We had to redo the tail because it broke right here. We broke this, so my son and I 3D printed a better looking one, and we also made it so that it would then receive a piece of wire, and I regrettably did not match the color as good as I wanted, but it's close enough. I don't care that these colors don't match exactly, but we made some vertical tails to go on there too. It's gonna look totally sick.
And he did the line cutters too, right?
Yeah, the line cutters, yep, I forgot we added the line cutters. And then I just put black tape on top of here for traction pads. My whole point is this, okay? This is still expensive for a lot of people, okay? Let's call it the cheapest end, like 600 to 700, depending on if you're getting it without any receivers and stuff, all the way up to close to like $1,000 for something in this arena. We've got obviously a few over here. We've got a few over here.
Yep.
And then there's some more retail hobby grade level. And then we've got some really expensive $1,300 one over there. This thing is by far the most expensive helicopter that we will be affiliated with. And Flish is gonna make some good stuff, I hope. So far, incredibly impressed. I mean, it looks good. I didn't know what to expect. I thought maybe it was just pomp and circumstance because sometimes we see these things online and sometimes we get teasers from the factory and we're like, nah, that ain't ever gonna make it to, we saw a video about this.
Yeah.
Like probably 9 months ago.
It's been a while.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
So we're super excited to see if this works out. Well, that might have actually been another brand. So there may be more. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was another one. So this looks awesome. I can't wait to bring it to you. We're gonna do our full build. Do you want to try to build this and just see how it goes?
I mean, we could put the landing gear skids on. I would feel better about it sitting on the counter for a couple days till the other box
it's not
shows
gonna
up.
get tipped over as easy.
Right.
Because it does sort of protect itself from falling from those fins, but I mean, this is not like put something together really quick and it'll be good.
Right.
But we could also put decals on if we're gonna decal this up, which I think the decals will be worth putting on. And honestly, the Ordnance, I'm gonna definitely put the Ordnance on.
Yeah, for sure. We'll
there's
do
no
the
reason
full...
we would do this without.
Yeah.
Real quick too, let's show the attachment point. We've got a singular pin on the front. This is something that Flywing fails miserably on. I don't understand why they can't get their canopies to hold better. This one better hold better. That's what I'm gonna say. Because I don't even see where the attachment points are. Oh, there they are. They're back embedded here, magnet.
Oh.
So it goes through the plastic. So I'm assuming they then have the magnet. Yep, the magnet's right here. Okay, so it's flush. And if you look right here, this pins in and then drops down. And it is very strong. Now, just to give you an idea, I'm gonna put my fingers here so it won't drop. It will come off pretty quick. So not sure how I feel about that yet. Also, of course, you have to make a decision if you want this to be in here or not. I'm assuming you just slide it in. Let's see. I know Jay was gonna do like some FPV thing, because he's got a buddy who does that. I'm not. I am definitely not doing FPV. This thing is gonna be, that looks so sick. Just imagine how awesome that's gonna look when we've got all the sticks in there and not those stupid ads on the side.
Yep.
Sorry, steering kit. Like, we love working with you, but this is a warbird.
Yeah.
You don't advertise on warbirds unless it's for the Marines.
Right. We'll advertise for them.
Okay, so at the end of the day, I don't think that just sits there either.
No, because you'd have to take it off to get the battery in and out, right?
Yeah, it's got to be part of this assembly.
Yep.
But boy, oh boy, that has got to be one of the more, of the more detailed.
Like it even has
setups.
the seat belts like molded into the plastic.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. It's pretty
all
sweet.
the
I have
screens.
not spent a lot of time looking at the cockpit of a Cobra to know if this is approximately correct, but it definitely looks cool. Looking cool and being correct, true to scale, are two different things. So I'll probably do a little bit of research to figure out if that's any good. So, Hun, I think what we should do is at least put the landing gear on in preparation.
Yep.
If not a little bit more, like getting the guns on. So why don't we do that right now? Guys, sorry there was a lot of intro on this. That's just the way it's gonna be on this. I don't see any instruction. We might pause and look for instructions. All right, so we're just gonna dive in and get this going because truth is, we can't find instructions, which is okay. And it's not an early release issue. That's just, I think that's a FlishRC issue. Okay, so we're gonna cut this stuff out. Obviously we need to get skids on because they're the most critical part. And it looks like the way that this goes, by the way, full disclosure, I think we're missing missiles. So we're gonna get those missiles figured out at some point. It's 4 missiles that go on the outside. So these things are mounted underneath. And frankly, I'm not sure which direction they go. I assume that this would go forward, but I guess I'm not 100% sure.
I think so, based on the pictures.
But these go like that, which is a little bit different. Okay. So the missiles actually go here, and then these are inboard, but I don't know which direction they go. So we might have to refer to a picture on that. And they press in, and then we're gonna glue them, okay? So I don't know if I got that one right or wrong. In fact, I'm pretty sure I got it wrong.
Why?
Well, because one of them goes inboard, one of them goes outboard. I just don't know which one's which.
Okay.
So they will go in the wrong way. So just be careful about that. Also, this is gonna be the last thing I put on because I feel like this will be easier to take care of once everything is up off the ground, okay? So we'll come back to that, and then of course we'll do the anti-crash, the rotor strike protection, and then the various antennas for VHF, UHF. So these are gonna go inside the canopy or cockpit area. And so the only one I'm not 100% certain of is the one that looks like a goggle mount. So again, we opened a brand new tube of CA for this, only because our other CA was out. And we use China glue for so much stuff, but not for this type of model. You could use epoxy if you're really concerned. I don't think it's gonna really make or break the model by any means. And on these little lenses, I'm tempted to put the lenses on with 560 formula canopy glue. I'm not 100% sure what I wanna use on that yet. But for now, I just wanna give you guys a quick overview of that before we got dug into this too deep. But this is gonna be, I believe this is a simulated collective lever. And so I'm assuming it would go in there like that. Then of course we have the stick like this, because there's already one mounted back there. This is the stick. I believe in real life, I think they want us to put it back here. But I mean, because there's kind of like a little box. And you see they've got a little chunk of, it's like they broke it off of another one. Or they were painting them all, and they had them jigged up and painting. But gosh, it looks like it's hand carved. So I am like honestly not 100% certain how that's supposed to go. I'm pretty sure that's where that goes. And I'm also pretty sure of where this goes. This of course would be for like the head up display. And so that would go right there. Okay, so I'm confident that that goes there. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And so I'll just go ahead and do a little bit of CA. So this is medium Instacure, it's a BSI product. I don't even know if we have links to this. We have links to it,
yeah,
right?
we do.
Okay, we have links, brianphillipsrc.com. If you check out bprc.com, or you can go to, or excuse me, it's not bprc.com, it's bprc.me if you follow the short link. And I don't use a ton of CA on this channel just because I struggle to keep the tips clean, okay? But this is a medium gap filling type, and so it's gonna help you to kind of make up some of the imperfections of some of these models. And then I like to use this Instaset. I have it glued down to a Pringles lid, in case you guys are wondering what the heck that is. One day I was like, hey, I could do that, and it would stop it from tipping over easy. So then I like to use the back of it, and then I can get in there and just like touch the surface, and it will wick into the glue joint. And then of course these things, you know, they're one now, okay? So it's like one flesh. It's like they got married or something, okay? Okay, so we'll just do a little bit here. Now, full disclosure, I like CA for what it's good at. I don't like CA for what it's not good at. And this is not foam safe, okay? If you get the purple stuff, this used to be a slightly different color actually, but it's always been purple. It's like kind of a darker color on that packaging. Yeah. But one thing I like about this is I can always tell what I'm getting, because there's like a baby blue, and that'd be like a thick, okay? And then they have white, which is foam safe thin, and they have a black that's foam safe medium. Medium is usually what I recommend people grab if you're just kind of newer to the hobby. You're just returning to the hobby. There's a million ways to skin a cat, but when it comes to glues, I've never really had a problem with regard to Bob Smith Industries glues. I just think they do a good job, and they're not overly expensive or, you know, especially cheap. They're just right there in the middle of the pack, and we've had good luck. Mm-hmm. So if you guys need glue and you can't find it on your own, then check out brianphillipsrc.com/supplies, and you can get exactly what you're looking for there. I got a little bit overzealous with that glue. Okay, just drop this back down in there, get that drip out. Then we're just gonna hold this collective just a little bit, run that down the length of it, and it's gonna set it. Okay, so it's just gonna set it right away. They call it Instaset, and it is like an instant thing. Okay, this stuff will set relatively quick anyway. But just remember the tip, if you keep your tip clean, you will get a lot more life out of this stuff, okay? Because a 2 ounce bottle is quite a bit of glue, okay? If you use 2 ounces on a project like this, you did something wrong. Like wildly wrong. Oh crap, was this supposed to be in the back? No, because look, this has this little thing. So I am like honestly not 100% sure what that's supposed to be. And I want to make sure I understand what it is before I glue this one on. I wonder, is it possible this is supposed to go here? Yeah, I think that's supposed to go there. See that?
Is there like a spot for it? I can't see from...
I'm not sure. I don't even know what it is. I feel bad not knowing. But you see there's like a spot right there.
Because there's like a little square back there for something.
Yeah, but that square more closely matches what
that,
this.
yeah.
But again, this is a helicopter, so you would have like you'd have a stick, and then you'd have a collective. So I don't know if this is supposed to be up front or back. I mean, that was pretty obvious where that went.
Right. I mean, we could look it up.
Yeah, we might have to look it up. But if you look right there, show them that little half moon crescent shape there. See that crescent shape? It's pretty obvious to me that this goes there. I just don't understand what it is.
It just seems weird.
I know, like I don't know what it is. Maybe it's an infrared, like you would put your head down on it, but that would be in the goggles, you would think, on the helmet.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Maybe this is just like, maybe it's just some special detail that they wanted to add. We might pause and figure that out, come right back. All right, so guys, I was working on taking this Sterling Kit sticker off. I can't believe I had to do that, but come over here close. The camera crew was looking up some answers to our questions, but I've learned that a lot of times if you want to preserve some of your plastic like this so it doesn't scratch, I've been peeling this off with my fingernails, which has been terrible, but what I do is I use Kicker, helps break down the bond of this type of glue, which is almost like a China glue. And it almost always works. It doesn't always work fully, but it's a good starting point because you can't use acetone on this. It'll melt the plastic as far as I know. And there might be some other chemical agents, like we could use isopropyl alcohol maybe, and that would keep from melting and damaging the plastic, but that ain't gonna be on there. So I don't care how much we like a brand. That's what the links are for, folks. So if you guys want to support Brian Phillips RC, definitely look at the links in the video description below. Support the partners that support us. And when you're buying or when you make a purchasing decision, consider there as one of the options. And our suggestion, of course, is if this helicopter is worth buying, we will help you make that determination so that you don't have to, take out a second mortgage on your house for this helicopter just to find out it's terrible. I don't think it's going to be terrible, by the way. It looks awesome. You see how it's boogering up?
Yep.
It's starting to collect. So what you can do is once it starts to collect, you can roll it into itself like a giant booger wad. These are all technical terms. And I'm supporting the plastic so that I don't put a big damage on it. Also, if you have really, really calloused hands, you might want to be careful about doing this because you'll scratch the plastic. I'm just warning you, I used to detail cars years ago for a Pontiac dealer. And the salesman would come up and they would like lick their finger and try to clean spots off the car. And I'm like, you just ruined the finish on the hood of that brand new black G6 because GM had really soft black paint. And so I would have to go and buff the thing out, and it used to piss me off so bad. Anyway, so as you can see, it's coming off. It's just what happens is that chemical agent that is in Instaset that sets the CA, it also breaks down the adhesive in a China glue type, contact adhesive. And so China glue, we say that, and we're not like, it's not really supposed to be some sort of like racial issue or anything. It's just like an actual glue.
It doesn't like have a name.
It doesn't
really
have a name otherwise. I think it's like they use it in all sorts of stuff, guys. So that's why they call it China glue, because China makes so much stuff. They make a lot of stuff in the States too, which, by the way, if you don't know this, I work in production plants, and it's part of what I do. So,
but the kicker is less like caustic to the plastic.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit less abrasive, and it doesn't damage it the same way that you might if you were to use like an acetone is more than likely going to chemically etch that.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to use a fresh, clean part. And you can see we're down to just a little bit of residue. And like when my wife tries to save like a jar, that's a jar she wants to save.
Yep.
We usually use a lemon oil. Is that what we use?
Yeah, like lemon essential oil.
Lemon essential oils. And that will help take off some of these items when you get down to the last little bit. And the other thing you can use is a WD-40, but you have to test it carefully.
Yep.
Because sometimes the solvent in WD-40, which is usually what deactivates the glues, will actually sometimes melt the plastic. So you have to be super careful. That's why I start with something that I've had great success with, and then I work my way to more and more. I think they're just caustic agents.
And the essential oil would eat the plastic too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you think so?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Because you use it on glass.
Yeah, I use it on glass jars.
So the other thing you can do is you can take another piece of tape and you can apply it to here and you can let it peel off the residue that way. But you'll notice I'm using just the fingers that I was using to pick at the decals. Okay. So you can see. Oh, so the camera crew was finding some images and we were looking for a manual. We didn't find a manual. But what we were able to find was
some pictures. You may show them those while you're.
Yeah, while I'm smearing.
Yeah.
But you can see we're getting close.
It's getting better.
And you can kind of tell from the side it's not going to damage it. But it's just it's really just kind of annoying. But I think we're gonna be able to salvage 100% recovery here.
So we were looking for this little goggle piece here, and then we were looking to confirm what Brian was thinking about this collective going back here, which is correct. And I'll show you the picture.
That's a cyclic.
Sorry, I'm sorry, the wrong one.
Collective would be on the side.
The side.
But except I don't even know if a collective would be back there. I'm not sure. That might be like a gun system.
But this one does go back here in this back seat.
The pilot
so he was
sits in the back
correct on
seat,
that.
I think.
I think so on this one.
I think it's kind of weird. I don't know if that's like Ordnance systems.
So I found.
If you ever flew in the Cobra, let us know. Like, we're always curious about that because we know there's people that watch this channel, and you may not even be interested in this helicopter, but if you flew in a Cobra and you know the answer to that question, and they actually got it right, which is very unusual.
Right.
If they got it that specifically correct, then I want to understand, even if we end up doing what the manufacturer in China told us to do and we find out it's not correct.
Right.
I still am curious about it. So correct us if we do it wrong.
So I found a couple of pictures like this where you can see where that stick is kind of sticking
By the
up
way,
back
that's the
here.
other livery.
Yes, this is the other one. Sorry, those are Brian's cotton balls that we're using. This is the other livery. So there's that stick there. And then I had to go find a couple pictures of like actual Cobras to find where I could confirm that some of them do have this like goggle mount viewing system, whatever it is, up here in the front. So he was right on that as well. And then we were also looking at the direction the rocket pods go. The blue is facing the front.
Something I liked. What was that thing you were saying earlier?
I said I was right when we were talking earlier about...
I remember you saying just minutes ago.
Sometimes he's right, but don't tell him. He's not a very good winner either. That's why I love him.
You can continue with the video. Sorry. I had to live that up a little bit.
Yeah,
I had it
I
on
know.
video. I'll probably save that for a long time.
So the blue does go to the front, and then we were also looking at the angle on these pieces because like you were saying, they can go on both ways. So like this one is this side. So this little, I don't know whatever that is, goes on the top versus the bottom.
That's probably a shaft pod.
That's totally what I was going to say. See, you were right twice. Because I don't know if you're right or not.
Well, I wasn't worried about that going up or down. That's obvious. I was worried about the missile pods underneath.
Right, and so then the missile pods, the blue goes to the front.
No, I was worried about the left versus right.
Left versus right?
Just trust me.
I trust you.
Do you have a picture?
No, I don't think you'll be able to see it from these pictures.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I didn't know what I was looking for. This also shows the decals. That's part of the reason.
Okay, guys, check this out. We're getting closer. We're making progress. It's not quite gone. Obviously, I'm not going to bore you with the rest of the details of that at this exact juncture, but we were going to pause. I'll get the rest of it, and we'll come right back. All right, guys, so I got this to the last little bit, and then I used a little bit of isopropyl alcohol on my rag, just like, you know, get it at Walmart sort of stuff. And that's one of the few things you can't get from the links in the video description below. But then you just wipe that off. It came right off, but it leaves a little bit of a haze, okay? So when you get down to the point where you're getting this haze, what I like to do, check this out. So you take your corner of your rag, take a clean spot, okay? Put a little drip of this, watch this. It'll buff that stuff right out with no residue. Look at that, isn't that so beautiful? Just so you can see it doesn't dry and like disappear, okay? Because then the last teensy, our kid likes to say tiny bit of residue off. No trace of it. That's the key, guys. Here on Brian Phillips RC, we try to show details that we've learned over time so that you can be better at modeling or whatever it is we do here, okay? All right, so now the next move we gotta do is we gotta mount this weird thing, this vacuum cleaner port.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this, there's a hole that is passing through there. So this needs to just glue in there, but this is gonna be challenging to glue in, okay? So here's what I'm gonna suggest that you'll do. One big drip, that is blinding. So I've got the glue on there. Now I'm gonna hold this vertical, and then I'm gonna take and I'm gonna put kicker right there. So that when this sits, it's gonna sit right away, okay? So now I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna lift it. I'm gonna hold it like this, and then I'm gonna stick it into the point where it's supposed to be, okay? I'm gonna hold it steady. I'm gonna leave it. And it is not square because I didn't hold it square, okay? So as you can see, now I've got to figure out, dang it, guys. It is set, but you know what? That's probably the way it's gonna be. So if that's supposed to be square, then it's supposed to be square. Mine is glued unsquare, okay? So now you guys understand what I'm dealing with. Now this, don't know which direction it goes, and you can see that there's a little bit of wood that's broken off. Some fiber, that would be balsa wood probably. So I'm gonna just use the bottom of my counter while my wife's not paying attention.
She's not.
because I'm too lazy to go down and get a sanding block. But look how nice that looks, just granite on the bottom side. Okay, so that makes a perfect mounting surface. And then that's just gonna get glued in there. Now, is that correct? I don't know, that's what it showed on the pictures that we could find. And then I'm just gonna put one drip right there, one drip. Okay, so this is gonna set. Is this the right way? I don't know, I'm hoping it is. I'm thinking this is correct. I'm thinking it's correct. If you're gonna turn that light on, it would be handy to be able to see. Okay, so now that's there. And you'll notice I didn't get that square either. What the heck is wrong with me?
It's stuck to your finger.
What are you talking about?
Like when you picked it up or let go.
It pulled out of the square? Well, whatever, that's good enough. I don't think anybody's gonna notice or care because it just looks like it's off to the side a little bit, okay? Now, that all being said, you've learned the lessons from Brian Phillips RC. Be careful when you're gluing. And I was being careful because it's still easy to make mistakes, okay? So the next thing that we have to glue together, of course, is going to be the Ordnance. Now, interestingly enough, this says body. Body. What body? Like, what does that mean? This was supposed to be over here. This got separated. I don't know if that was me or the camera crew, but I don't separate things. I keep them together so that I know what's going on. This is eventually going to become part of the canopy, but because I need to have my hand in here to take all this crap off, we'll have to come back to that detail. The other thing too is I'm a little bit fearful on sliding this in. Even though it slides in nicely, I'm fearful about sliding that in on a permanent basis.
Wait,
right?
that is hitting that little windscreen
What
thing.
are you talking about? I know it's hitting.
Oh, okay.
I know it's hitting. What I'm saying is I might need to open it like this. And what I'm saying is I don't want to break it. But I also don't know how it's going to interact with the battery. And so until I know exactly what the battery setup is, I'm not sure I can actually do this with a clear conscience, okay? Now also look, I was holding this with my fingers that must have had a little bit of that on there. If you find some of that, you can, in my experience, you can use your fingernails, won't scratch this. But then you can use that little bit of touch up from that kicker and it'll take that little glob off because you've got that nasty little, looks like you hit a bug. Okay, which in real life, you'd have bugs and stuff on there, okay? So now, the other thing too is I just want to point out the fact that there's an air gap here, which is kind of like, really? Like they didn't think about that? So, that's pretty sweet looking, but I'm disappointed by like that. Why is there a gap?
Yeah.
So, like, did they not know what the canopy was shaped like? Or do they buy these canopies and they're just like inserts? I don't know. The point is, it still looks pretty sick, but the fitment is not perfect. And you can also see an air gap back here. So I don't know if we would just walk it back and then the trade-off would be that you'd have a little bit more room here, or if you fill it in with your own blocking material. I don't know. All I'm gonna say is that still looks pretty sweet if you didn't have some stupid ad on the side of it, okay? So speaking of stupid ads, this is Brian Phillips RC. Thanks for watching. And definitely subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and buy things from the links. That's the best way to support Brian Phillips RC. It's very easy, and you can always support us by buying the things you like. You don't have to buy anything you don't like. Obviously, we're here to bring value to the RC community and not just milk it for all it's worth. Some of our peers seem to do that. We want to help people find success in the hobby, and so we're gonna specifically tell you not to get this helicopter if you're brand new. If you're brand new and you've got tons of money and you want to waste it on a crash, this is a great place to start, okay? And truthfully, if you have enough money, like who cares, as long as you're safe, you don't hurt anybody, I don't care, it's fine, buy them from the links. But I would not start here. Even though this is an easier to fly helicopter, I still wouldn't risk it. There's a lot going on with a helicopter of this scale and magnitude. Okay, so this is the direction that the wings go. You know what, let's put the gear on first.
Okay.
I think it makes better sense to have the skids, don't you?
I think so.
Okay, because I can put antennas on super easy. I can put the guns on. It's gonna be easier if we start with that. I mean, these could be glued, but I think it might make better sense to just get these on. Now, These pieces hold them together. The skids, okay? These are made of plastic. It's painted plastic, it looks like, so that's not gonna hold up well, I'm fearful. These are aluminum painted gray, okay? So these things are gonna slide on like this. Jeez.
Right, they are?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
But the thing is, like, check this out. This is the thing I don't understand. How the heck are you supposed to slide these all the way up there? Like, you're gonna take the paint off for sure. Like, 100% guaranteed you're gonna take the paint off. So I'm just hoping I'm not doing that wrong. Because then we also have these black things, which are rubber anti-slip pads. Like, you put those on when you're done, and that holds these on. They're retainers, okay? So these things get screwed into the helicopter through the bottom, right there. And if you look with me, they actually pass through like this. And once they're passed through, which is pretty simple stuff, then you have screw holes right there, okay? So shine the light, please. See? And that goes into the wood blocking there.
Okay.
So that's how that works. Now, to get to the back one, it's going to be a little bit more challenging, but it's same thing, okay? But if you look in there right now, where's the nut zerts? I don't see no nut zerts. I hope there's nut zerts in there, because if there's not nut zerts, there's going to be no way to mount this. Because there has to be something to receive the machine screws. These are machine screws, not like wood screws, okay? This is clearly what you use to mount this. Okay, now the whole flight assembly, I don't know if that's what you would call it, that goes in there as well. Once these are on, then you can slide these on. And, but I'm like very nervous about this. I feel like we might have to lubricate these, hon.
Okay.
Because like, look at this, guys. I need you to see this. It's not hard to push on. I just don't want to damage the paint. There it goes. Ooh, maybe it was just that imperfection.
Past that.
See that imperfection?
Yep.
So if yours has that imperfection, looks like a drip of paint, and they just sanded it a little bit, but they didn't get it very good. So once I got past that, it went okay. I just don't want to have big scrape marks.
No, that would be terrible.
Look like crap. Oh, good Lord. See, it's kind of doing the same thing, guys. Again, it's not like a really hard thing to do. It's just I don't want to damage the finish. It's a really nice finish. Okay, so then we can set that exactly as far back as we want. And definitely don't go on this side. You won't make the bend. And if you do make the bend, you're going to be working really hard at it. Okay? Like I said, it's not like I'm not strong enough to do it. I just don't want to damage it, because you can see like what's happened there. I think what's happening is it's pulling the paint out of the inside of this thing. Yeah, that's what's going on. That's not too bad. Okay, same thing here. And we show you these details because if you're spending this kind of coin on an RC helicopter, you're gonna wanna know. And to be honest with you, even if you are spending this kind of coin, you still, like, you know, there's only so much you can do. Also, these things might need to go on first. So it's probably a good thing that I put all that crap on first.
Well, these
are rubber.
I do see that in a couple of pictures. Do you want me to look?
What?
Where those go?
I know where they go.
Oh, okay.
They go right here. They go like this. I'm 100% certain of it. I don't even have a question in my mind. Because what that does is that retains these. You've seen them on a million other helicopters. They also act as a traction pad. So like when you touch down, it's gonna stop you from sliding, but I don't know if I want that. I may not want that. I may prefer to do something different. Now, are we supposed to glue these together when we get these all put together?
I don't know.
Okay.
We are the instruction manual.
Crap. I hate it when they make us do that. Okay, so this is gonna clearly go like that, so we're gonna have to glue it, right?
I would assume so.
Well, you said you saw pictures, so why don't you just go, like, pick up one of those pictures and point it toward us? Because, like, I gotta know too. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so I was correct in my assessment. We just gotta basically glue this then. So yeah, we didn't get these missiles, guys. I don't know where they are.
Yep.
Maybe they come in the other kit, which is totally possible, because there is a whole nother box coming. But we're like, we'll just get done what we get done while we can get it done, and then we'll do the rest of it later. Okay. So now the other thing is the skids. I don't know exactly how they're going to organize, like in terms of like how much this protrudes. We're
Right.
going to have to look at some full scale pictures. I can see what they put, what this guy did on his, but I can't necessarily tell for certain.
Right.
Because,
Which,
you know, what's correct.
right.
Looks like his were a little bit less protrusion from the front.
Front, yeah.
And so what I would normally do in a circumstance like that on a scale helicopter, which is, make no mistake, this is a scale helicopter, I would go find real pictures.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go ahead and get the hardware out. Okay. So obviously we have to have those installed first, because you have to start somewhere. Okay. So we've got this, and that is a 2.5 millimeter drive on a hex drive. We've got a washer, and that of course is going to pass through this inside the aircraft and then tighten down into a nutsert that's embedded in wood. Okay, so it's on the underside of the wood, so that holds it in. Okay, so then of course if something would break free, you've got like 14 different ways where it is going to, you know, still keep it maintained inside the helicopter. Okay, so it's not hard to do this, but it's just, it's, you know, it's a few steps, not a big deal. Like honestly, this is not bad for such a big aircraft. And I actually don't mind builds where there's like 14 steps. I mind builds where there's 400 steps, like this Tundra, this Grand Tundra we just did the other day. There was like 4,000 steps, and I'm like, why is there so many steps? And then I realized how cheap that thing was compared to what I thought it was worth. It's a really good plane. Okay, so now see this problem? You gotta drop this down in there. So here's the trick of the day. I'm gonna hold this, and then I'm gonna put this sideways or upside down, okay? So you see I've got it upside down. I'm gonna watch my tail rotor. I'm gonna put that through the assembly so that it doesn't fall out. And then I'm gonna walk this tool back and forth until it drops down into the pocket. And it's easier said than done. Dropping down into the pocket, I can look through the other hole and see when it lines up. Oh, there it is, got it, okay? So you guys see how I did that? Because it's like you gotta reach way down there.
Yeah.
That's not tight yet, okay? It's just loose right now. So I'm gonna grab the second hardware. And by the way, nothing wrong with this hardware, but to be frank, it's an expensive model. I expect pretty good hardware. So that's on the ground now. I'll go get that in a minute. Okay, so this would be like RTL fasteners, quality, stainless steel washers. I'm not sure why they did stainless steel washers. By the way, that's supposed to go that way. Yes, it does matter to me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, look. I'm gonna stick this in there. Now that I've got that held, I don't have to flip it all the way upside down. Okay, so once it's, then I can just wiggle this with my, look, my middle finger and my, can you see it?
Yep, I can see both.
Okay, so then once I get this started, then we're golden. Now I'm gonna just torque this down and listen and feel for deflection. Oh yeah, that's very good deflection. Meaning underneath, I'm using my middle finger and my index finger to feel if it was like pulling up on the bottom of the fiberglass. So like if I feel it like making a pucker in the fiberglass, I don't want to break the fiberglass, okay? It should be strong enough to handle it, but you never know.
Yeah.
When you get a helicopter or an airplane, even of this magnitude, guys, remember, there's nothing worse than having an absolutely gorgeous plane or helicopter that is destroyed because you over tighten a screw. That is a terrible feeling. Okay, let me know how it's impacted your life. Now look at this, guys. Look at this. Come in from here. Look, Megan, go back here so that they can see the whole thing, because they got to see what I'm doing. See what I'm doing? I got to turn it just so I can get this through, okay? I've got this on my finger. I'm going to let it down. Watch this. I'm going to lift it up. I found the second hole. It goes right in, okay? So if you're not careful, it can be difficult, but it's not really that difficult, okay? Now, this is going to be a lot harder because look at this. I have to somehow hold this while I guide in to do this. But as you know, this is a machine finish, okay? So you're going to go into a hole. You can't start it at an angle. You got to start it square, because the face of this has to come in and penetrate at a square 90-degree angle, okay? So when you put the screw in, it's gonna have to be plumb. But you can find the pocket first And so I am gonna try to hold it like this, okay? I think that's gonna be the easiest way. This one's gonna be guess and check until you find the hole, okay? Son of a biscuit lover, I dropped it immediately. Okay, so because I dropped it, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna see if I can get a second one in there so that I can drop the second one in there as well. Because the other one is it's gonna eventually fall out, but there's a washer in there I'd really like to not chase around.
I did not hear it come out.
It's because it fell down in a crack. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stick these wires out the side of the helicopter for the tail rotor and then also the wire that goes to this beacon up here, okay? I'm gonna lay this down. This is gonna happen to some of you, so we're gonna go through this process right now, only because it's Brian Phillips RC and we love you guys. So look, watch this. I can see they're both sitting in there rocking around, but you can't see it. You're gonna have to take my word for it. Pay attention. Pay attention. That was easy. The washer's not gonna be as easy. Now it's out. Did you see it?
No.
Here's this.
I don't think it came out.
Stop. It's right there.
Oh, yep.
So guys, if you ever are building a house and you run a YouTube channel where you build like airplanes and stuff, you might want to stay away from this particular countertop.
Yeah.
Because what was opposite this countertop option was a white granite. Would have been slightly easier. Or excuse me, it wasn't white granite, it was white. We're gonna get white quartz, which would have been about 1 billion times easier to see bolts on. But I love this. I love this.
I do too. And we're gonna, yeah, I'd rather live with this than struggle.
Okay, all right, so listen people. This is just an awkward one. There's no way around it, okay? You're not gonna see what happens because guess what? I'm not gonna see it either, okay? So I found the hole. Ooh, ooh. Now, look what I'm doing, camera crew. Go to the other side for the love of God. See this? Look, I'm moving this and I'm in the hole. See, I'm moving it with my thumb and middle finger. I'm moving it with my thumb and middle finger, okay? Now, I'm gonna go back in it with this and you're not gonna be able to see also, but I don't need to move it now because everything is in place. Meaning it's all physically it's in the enclosure. It's held and all I have to do is now wiggle this. So my point is that it's really difficult to show this. You gotta be on 4 sides to show it, okay? It's not hard to do, but it is hard to film, okay? Because she's trying to read my mind and I'm trying to put a screw in to a pocket that's impossible to find, okay? You can kind of look through this opening where the motor system is gonna come out. Oh, there it is, I found the hole. How do I know? Because I can feel the threads rubbing along the edge of the aluminum. Okay, now, see this, look. Yours may not be this tall, okay? If it's not this tall, fine. Once it drops down, you're good, okay? So now, got it, okay? This one's gonna be a lot harder than the first one because you've already got it started. Yep, there it is. I can feel the front of the bolt making purchase into the threads. And you're blind, you can't see any of this, okay?
Right.
So if you're a mechanic, you've done all this crap 1,000,000 times, okay? Again, a little bit hard to film. Sorry, camera crew. Just frustrated. Okay, that's torqued down. Now look, I'm gonna go to this other one. Don't forget to torque it down. You wanna know why? Because when you put in your motor system, that is not gonna be accessible.
Yeah.
Okay? So get this torque down. Now, there's gonna be some people that are like, hey, you should Loctite that or whatever. If that's, if that's what trips your trigger, that's fine. The other thing you could do is you could actually put a drip of CA on that and run the threads down, okay? Also, I don't know if you guys could see what I was doing there, but I poked this through the side because it was taped and it just happened to pop free, okay? So I'm just doing that to make it easier to find later. It doesn't actually have any principal function here. Just ease. Okay. Now these things, they could be glued on. What do you think, Camera Crew? Just glue them on and be done with it?
Probably.
Let's just glue them on and be done with it. I don't want to think about it anymore.
I know, but you could at least finish the landing gear, but it's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I was thinking about doing that that other glue mechanism. What was that called? That 560 formula 560?
Yeah, like the canopy glue.
Yeah, but then I'm like, you know what? I don't
know if it matters on
I
this.
don't care, because you're not going to know any better. It's just going to be done, and then we can move on.
Right. If it was like a clear light and the glue is going to make it hazy or something, maybe.
And
but
CA will make it hazy if you're not careful. So just be really careful. I don't know if you guys could tell what I did there, but basically, oh, where is the other one?
It's on the bottom.
On the bottom.
Yeah.
Do you realize I'm doing this first because I didn't know where the lights were? So look, it's supposed to have a light in it. There's no light in there.
Is it with the other stuff?
That's because it must be with the other half of the equation.
Okay.
Because that wire has the LED attached, I'm betting.
That'll be fun.
Okay, so listen. This thing that says body, I'm assuming that actually goes to these, okay? But just hear me out. Here's why I think this, okay? There's no holes here.
I know, that's why I was...
But let's say that let's just, for grins, let's just think about this. Let's say that this was supposed to bolt into this. There is no nut zert.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go away from that.
Okay.
I'm gonna put this back into the box, or bag rather, and it says body. Then I can keep this along with that reflector cover, anti-crash beacon.
Okay.
Okay, so that's out of the way. Just like what we always do on this channel, guys, we build them as best we can, and we do all the steps we can do, and try not to cut corners so that you guys can follow along, because a lot of you want some help, and that's why we do these things, okay? So we can glue this in there, or we can do skids. Let's do skids first. I think it might help keep things balanced, keep it on its bottom, on its feet. But I am, like, this is one of those steps where you have to commit. So I'm being careful about my tail rotor. Set this up, and you can see I scraped this a little bit, but it just wipes right off. You see that? It was just black stuff, black paint. Look at the black paint.
Yeah.
Just wipe that off before you get it all glued together. Okay, so this is gonna glue in there, okay? Once it's glued in there, it's gonna be in there. And it's gonna be incredibly difficult to reposition these. Incredibly difficult.
Okay.
I am not 100% sure we're gonna have to glue them. I'm not 100% sure, okay?
I'm 0% sure.
Okay, so that's not pressed all the way in. Now we can do our positioning here. So you were saying that the pictures were unclear.
Well, like you said,
they stick out a lot on that one. I guess it's just, you know, obviously they need to come forward some, I would say.
yeah.
And this looks like he was maybe an inch forward. That would not be super far. It looks like these were a little bit further forward. So let's go like that. Slip it on, just the tip of it. I'm not going like full penetration there, okay? It'd be really nice if this had a pin through it. Okay, so slide that all the way back.
I just noticed.
What?
Oh no, that's not an L.
No, it's just a line.
It's just a line.
You're gonna have to zoom.
It looked like an L for just a split second. It's
Yep,
not. Okay.
It's not an L. Then this can also pivot right now. And so when you get it situated to where you think you like it, you can just go like that. Okay, and then that'll hold those in position. Now, if you have to transport this, and for some reason this skid has to come off, which God forbid you'd have to take that skid off. I cannot imagine the transportation. Although if you're gonna rebox this, you can come in here and undo the screws and you can take it off right now, okay? And once you glue this, you're not taking that off. But if you undid all four, you could leave one side off maybe. I don't know. And if a guy was really motivated, I wonder if you could take and put these up here and actually go over the top of that and then bridge between this material and that. I just don't think you're gonna get it over that.
Probably not.
So if you have to do weird transportation, I'd probably take a 32nd of an inch or like a 2mm drill bit. I would drill through there and I'd put a small machine screw. Or I would just do a self-tapper, pre-drill, self-tap the front so it's easy to get to. Or if you want to hide it, you can do it underneath the backside there. I'm a little bit tempted to just leave them like free.
Not glued.
At least for the moment, because I mean, like, look how hard it is to get off of there.
It might, maybe it's just pressure fit.
It ain't gonna come off of there during flight. I mean, you don't have any weight on it. But it might come off on a rough landing. Well, on a rough landing, if you damage it, then you can get the stuff apart.
Right.
I'm gonna lean toward let's keep them loose.
Okay.
Let's not glue them.
Okay.
Okay. I thought I was gonna glue. I'm not gonna glue. Okay. Keep your tip clean, guys. Okay. So the other side, same exact process. Just being nice and gentle to it. Now, here on Brian Phillips RC, you're probably thinking, how can you make this 4-step process take so long? It's Brian Phillips RC. You should be used to this crap by now, okay? But at the end of the day, we know that there's people out there. Remember, there are people in this hobby that need more help than you, whoever you are, naysayer, okay? And that's okay, because everybody needs some help from time to time. And if you're watching this video and you found even a little teeny bit of help, please leave it in the comments below to help encourage others that are going through the same struggle. There's a lot of people online that assume we should all just be omniscient people. We know everything about every model that China builds and puts out. This thing is sweet. I am super thrilled to be touching it right now. But at the same time, there's gonna be some ambiguity that comes with all the models we do. Partly because we do early releases and partly because we just do a lot of them, okay? That is, by the way, an amazing problem to have. And if you guys are brand new to Brian Phillips RC and you want to help me support my habit addiction, then all you need to do is look no further than the links in the video description below. And you can buy one of these for your very own. That'll commission us on the sales of products, okay? That also helps to reward the partners that we work with. They get these models sent out for us to review, because otherwise there's no way we could do so many of them, okay? Even though I would want to. Okay, so I've got a little bit of a cant in on that, right?
Just slightly.
Just a tiny bit of cant in to make it look realistic, because I'm pretty sure that the skids are canted in a little bit on the full scale. There might even be a little bit more. I'll have to double check on that.
Okay.
Okay, so that obviously stops it from slipping and sliding, which is maybe good when we're doing model setup, but it's not so good when you're flying, because I want to actually be able to slide on the skids. That thing is really pretty. Okay, all right, so continuing along, we have established that we're probably not going to need to do any bolts for these. So this is just a glue together operation. Oh, and incidentally, that is like a night vision type goggle system. So it kind of goes out at an angle anyway. See?
See, you were right. Again.
Yeah. I don't know if it was supposed to be that way though. By the way, we are really nervous about these decals. We have put these decals on to other planes. We have an F-16 downstairs, 70mm FMS F-16. It has all this pink crap on it. And I am not about to ruin a beautiful model with pink crap.
I'm scared.
That makes me very nervous, because I have seen it where this crap don't come off.
Yeah.
And I am really nervous about it. So we are going to do a little investigation on that.
Yeah.
I do want the decals, though. They're not bad decals, and there's not a ton of them. But I am not going to have this pink crap on there.
No.
Case in point. Okay?
Yeah.
That ain't happening.
We need to do some looking on that.
We'll go to Cali Graphics and get some made before we do that crap.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin this thing.
Because this model is too awesome to just let some crappy decals get on there. So we may have to do like a sample. Maybe we'll just do like a 69 off camera. So anyway, getting back to the point, this is going to go in here just like that.
Okay.
That is the correct direction and orientation. But then the missiles, this is the part I'm not sure about, okay? Ah, look, his is gray. That guy did his with gray. By the way, this is some other person online.
And I've seen a couple people that did do Cali graphics.
So this must be Cali.
It might be.
I bet they didn't want to risk it.
Yeah.
Because they're like, yeah, I spent
because look,
multiple grand.
they didn't do a 69.
Nope, no 69? Really?
Maybe they're just sworn into it.
Okay, so listen. This is supposed to be on here, but let's look at the way they did it. This is the way that would be if I did it that way. That would be incorrect. I believe this goes over here, and I believe this goes here.
Yes.
Based on this picture, you can tell it's kind of dark, but this is the orientation to match. Okay, so now let's take this thing. Oh boy! Don't worry, it's not glued yet. You're gonna have to get back into that position. No, you're gonna have to get back in that position to show what I'm trying to show. Back here, where you were. Okay, see that? That is clearly the same angle. Right?
Yes.
Don't you think?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, and his angle from the camera was just uphill like this.
Yeah.
Because this wing goes uphill like that. So the reason it goes uphill like that is because this is an attack helicopter. They're going to be moving fast, and you see how that's level. So they're going to be pulling forward quite a bit, okay? So then the missiles are going to be pointed at a horizontal plane as the nose is down at a high angle of attack. Or a steep angle of attack, not a high angle of attack, okay? So those are going to go there. And so we just got to glue this.
Okay.
This is pretty simple. And I have the orientation correct. So I'm going to be gluing this first. And I'm just triple checking. Yep, that's the way that's going to go. And then let's just triple check by putting the other one on. Why am I doing the other one? Because sometimes, you know, you think you have it and you don't. And then you realize, ah, crap, if I'd have just done the other side, it's like a baby rattle.
Yeah.
Sorry, I already give you guys plenty of fuel for the fire.
Yeah, right.
I should not do that.
No.
I wish I could get that chunk out of there.
I know. When it's spinning up, you won't hear it, right?
I'm just afraid I'm gonna think it's something broke.
Oh.
Because it's just like a little chunk of fiberglass. It's not that big a
I know,
deal.
but how are you gonna get it out of there?
It's probably like one of those
Yeah.
popped out pieces.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm probably not gonna get it out of there. But I am gonna put this missile set on here and just make sure that we have a good fit. And that is correct because you would have, okay, the correct directions, okay? So now, camera crew is gonna keep me accountable. The missiles are gonna point towards you, the tips of the missiles. Okay, so a little bit here, a little bit there. And you're probably thinking, geez, Brian, that's a lot of CA. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it kind of is. You know, I agree, but this is gap filling CA. It's designed, it's gonna make up for the indisparities between the two pieces. And that's just the way it needs to be, unfortunately, on this one, okay? Now, yeah, I know you're probably thinking, why don't you just spray that on there? Because I don't like having it go all over the place because this can break down paint as well. So look, just a little bit in the areas where I know it's gonna go, but that's also gonna wick the glue out of the joints. You gotta make sure you don't go too nuts. Is this correct still?
Yes.
Okay. There it is. Okay. So just get that down there and just let it sit. And I am not pressing hard. Why am I not pressing hard? Because I don't want the glue to smush out like that, and it will. Okay? So you can see I got a little bit of smushage here. Okay? That will be strong enough to hold up the aircraft by. Okay? Which it's not going to need to do that, by the way. So that one's going to go on this side. So we'll just let that set up for like another 10 seconds. It's totally done. You wouldn't have to do any more than that. So now remember, this one is coming this way.
Yes.
And so toward the camera crew, missiles are going to go toward the camera crew. Same thing. Again, I'm going to do a little bit different pattern on here, but it's going to be the same basic essential application of glue, of CA. Okay? Ooh, my tip is dirty. Keep your tip clean. If you keep your tip clean, that stuff lasts a lot longer, I can tell you that. And it's not the cheapest stuff in the world, so I mean, granted, if you're buying a model like this, it's probably not gonna break the bank. I can tell you that. Okay. So now, toward the camera crew.
Yep.
So I'm gonna bring this down on top of it, like that. See, and the reason I'm being super careful is because you get one shot at this. When you're doing CA like this, it's not like you're gonna be able to undo it very good. And I'm tipping it on purpose. Now I'm gonna go this way. Good. Okay. So if you're in any doubt, I will take the kicker and just put it up to a corner like that and just give it a couple of healthy drips. And the other thing too is if I look into this bottle, see there was a drip, like a bubble.
Like a bubble.
So I always push the air out, wipe the tip, and then let it back down, and that pulls any of that back, and then cap it. If you cut off too much of that tip, it won't make an air seal. A lot of guys like to put pins, like these pins, like this type of pin. Of course, I've got a little bit of glue on mine, but we might want to get one of those pins and just do that at some point, because it does seal them up nicely.
I've got more.
Okay, so the next move is we have to actually mount these. I am a little bit nervous about this because there is a distinct hole there. And it's almost like they expected a spar to be through that. And if there's supposed to be a spar through that, like a wing spar, then that wing spar would have to have a hole that goes cross through the
And there's not, I mean, there's not a hole in here. There's not a hole.
But that doesn't mean that they didn't intend for there to be a hole. It's just that there isn't. Now, they have holes in everything else. I'm gonna go with, they probably just intend you to glue it, okay? Because this is really a nothing of a thing. It's just for show.
Right.
This is pretty big though. This might be one thing where you do like maybe a 5-minute, 10-minute epoxy, 30-minute epoxy, and set it in there and just glue it, and then you can get it to wiggle into place so that it's exactly right. I am gonna just go ahead and CA it for reasons that I won't go into more detail than I truthfully don't think it's gonna be an issue, okay?
Okay.
There's vibration on helicopters. If something breaks free, I'd rather it just fall off, okay? And frankly, if we have a crash or something, it's gonna be heartbreaking enough. You know, I don't wanna try to reinvent the wheel here. Okay. Did you guys notice I was doing drips? Mm-hmm. The drips have been, to me, they've been good to me, okay? The drips are nice because when you do drips, they don't puddle as much, okay? Now, on this one, I kind of need your help a little bit.
Okay.
First thing I want to do is I want to stick this in vertical, same way I did before.
Yep.
But I would like to have a little bit of kicker in the inside here.
Okay.
But because this is a fairly big part, I'm gonna have you hold that, just keep that vertical, please. And I'm gonna use this time, okay? So I'm just gonna dip in there and just paint this on. It's like water, you know? I mean, it's not like water at all. It's just the consistency, the viscosity of water, okay? So it's very easy to put on. If you guys haven't used kicker, I'd surprise you building a model like this, okay? So now watch out.
Okay.
Now I gotta get this square the first shot. Okay, so in like sin, and there you are. Okay, so I'm gonna hold this like that. 3, 4, 5, 6. I'd be amazed if it's not set up. Okay, now I'm gonna flip it immediately for just a couple of counts in case I screwed up, okay? Now, we can use a thin CA to wick into that if I didn't get enough, okay?
Okay,
This is medium, not thin. Medium would have, this would be blue. Pink is thick, I said that backward. Blue would be thin in non-foam safe. Pink would be thick in non-foam safe, okay? So pink is very vividly pink. It's very pink. It's not like purple pink. It's very pink, if that makes sense. Pink like the decal covers. Okay, so now looking, it holds, but it's not as holdy as I would like. I mean, it's held in there. I've also been known to run CA along the seams, but I'm not gonna do that on this until I realize there's some reason to do that, okay?
Okay.
So now I'm gonna have a little bit less flexibility because, you know, I've got that thing on there now. So I just have to be careful to do things right. What I should have done is I should have put this on first, and that's what I'm gonna do on this side, okay?
Will that not, is that not like dry?
It does to a certain extent, but it's not gonna dry enough that it won't chemically react still.
Okay.
Okay, everybody understand what she was asking? Okay, so listen. All I'm trying to do is speed up the chemical reaction. And you do need to be careful on that when you're gluing foamies together, because even foam safe CA will chemically react faster and cause melting if you're not careful, okay? I really like to hold right where that thing is on the other side now. That's what I meant by I'm gonna lose flexibility. Okay. I'll flip it over. Make sure it's right. Now I can put my hands into the inside and push that fiberglass body right in there. There was totally a soft spot in that fiberglass and I pressed on it and it squished in there. So just be careful, okay?
Okay.
You guys know what I mean by a soft spot?
Nope. But
Okay,
they probably
so
do.
fiberglass, soft spot meaning it was soft to the touch and I was able to deflect it. So don't push all your glue out, in other words, and make a giant.
Okay.
Okay, check for levelness. Oh yeah, that's level enough. It looks good. Totally happy. Totally happy with the way that went together. Not a bad build. I mean, it's barely any build. We have to put some antennas on now, so we're gonna do that now. There's a tail strike support here. I am not certain that this can go in just quite yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
How does this work? They have an access hatch. We might have to actually get in there. But I think what I'm gonna try first, I'm gonna just try screwing this in first. And if it screws in, great. And if it doesn't, then I'll take off the access hatch. The access hatch is over here, folks. Okay, so. And this tail strike thing is going to help protect the aircraft. Trying to just get a good angle so that when I start penetration into the fiberglass, it works well. Is this supposed to be straight out?
Is it?
No, it goes down. It goes down.
Yeah, that's the only picture I can see it.
So guys, listen, you're not gonna be protecting your rotor with this because look how big the rotor is. So in real life, I don't know how big the rotor is on a Cobra. I would like to learn that now. These are the types of details, like I've been working on this Jet Ranger, which is the Bell 206 from Flywing. It's a competitive offering. It is not offered by Flish, okay? But you can buy that at Sterling Kit, which we have links to that. We'll link to that because it's been featured, right?
Yeah, we can do that.
One of my favorite helicopters, hands down, one of my favorites. And I have a lot of helicopters, guys. I used to not, but now I have a ton. That's really nice for setup. Oh, that's gonna be so much nicer. It's not always tipping over, but I am not happy with how it's going in. So I'm gonna get a crescent wrench. You're probably thinking, why do you need a crescent wrench? I'm just gonna grab the bend and I'm just gonna work it in and see if that helps.
Okay.
If that doesn't do the trick, then I have another plan, but I wanna do the easiest way first. Okay. So folks, you're probably wondering how you can possibly take this long to do steps like this. Well, I'm gonna tell you how. The things you saw in this video is how. We take a minute and teach you and others, probably not you, because if you're annoyed right now, you're hearing this and thinking, that's me, I'm annoyed. I want you to just get to the flying. This isn't the flying video. This is the Unbox Build radio setup. Because we're gonna have a separate video. This is a big enough model that we're gonna go ahead and, I'm gonna try this again without.
Okay.
Nope, no way,
Okay.
no way. That thing is in there like
So it's
really
going in
solid.
though, like, okay.
No, it's like real solid.
Okay.
I'm just afraid the first bad landing, I'm gonna break this and break this that I can't fix. See, just show the people. Try to twist it. Yeah, it's in there.
Yeah,
It's in there. But the thing is, like, if you only have 3 turns of penetration, then, like I said, the first rough landing, you're gonna be like totally foobar in the airframe, right?
Right.
So I'm trying to get it turned in there quite a bit and see what I'm talking about. Now this gives you tons of leverage so you can actually do it. But I wanna make sure, let's say I'm going through 3/8 of an inch of fiberglass. I can't tell how thick it is. It might be a 1/4 inch. It might just be a big glob of, you know, some sort of epoxy down there or resin. So I don't wanna go too deep and run the threads out, you know?
Right.
And then damage something inside.
Okay.
All right, so I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Looks pretty good. I would have liked that to be a little bit more scale looking. Oh, it's off to the side. Look at that. It's off to the side. Really? Why? Why is it not straight? Where is it? Oh, yeah, now it's pretty square. But it's kind of like canted, isn't it?
Just a little bit, yeah, to the right.
I can just bend it, I guess.
Carefully.
That's kind of lame.
That's better.
Is it?
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm gonna kick it like this.
Okay.
Yeah, that just makes me kind of nervous. I would have liked to see that a little better. Now, this gun's gonna be the last thing to go on, full disclosure. The reason being is because as I'm working, it's likely to like snap off. But you know what? Let's put it on right now because I'm talking about it. Don't you love it? Intro, change my mind immediately.
You're my favorite.
Look, washer. I do not know if that washer needs to go up here. I'm kind of guessing it should, okay? So we're gonna pass this through. There it is. Look at that router job. Like you go through the process of building this absolutely gorgeous machine, and then they give you one nut to hold this on. One crappy nut.
Well,
that should be probably an eye lock or at least double nutted because this moves, right? It doesn't pitch up and down. It just moves, okay?
okay.
Now I need to figure out, oh crap, what size was that nut? 8 millimeters? No way.
No way.
It's not 5.5.
6.
No way. It's 5.5, I think. Or 4. Yep, 5.5. Okay, so I'm gonna just see if this torques down. That's pretty tight. Now, listen guys, that thing will vibrate off if you're not careful. Do I want this to be able to pivot? Yes. Do I want to do a servo-driven pivot? No, I don't care about that crap. If you guys want to, you could totally do it. They give you enough thread that you could put some sort of an output, armature on there. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this. This is not the way you have to do it, but just listen. Look. One big healthy drip. One big healthy drip. And you're probably thinking to yourself, you just glued the threads? Yes, I did. Why?
So that nut can't back all the way off.
If it backs off, you can accelerate it into that and break it off easily.
Right.
But it can't fall off easily.
Right.
Easily is the key, okay? Now I'm not gonna use kicker. Why am I not gonna use kicker?
I don't know, why would it matter?
Because I want that drip to stay like drippish.
Oh.
So I'm gonna come at it from the side here and watch this. Because I don't want it to flow down the threads. Oh, wait. Does that have? Yeah, that probably still has a little bit of that chemical in it. Nope. See, that just stuck to this now. But that little bit of thickness is all I care about.
Okay.
So that's gonna be like our fail safe, okay, folks? What I was thinking about alternatively is, first of all, I've got this so that I can move it a little bit. And that's good enough. So I can move it if I want. If I really care to move this, I can go in there and move it, but it's not gonna move on its own. I don't really want that moving around while I'm flying, okay? If it's just walking around, it's gonna do crazy stuff, okay? Or if you make a turn, it may swing. I just don't wanna catch stuff when I'm trying to land, okay? All right, so that's solution has been solved. Now we have a number of different antennas that need to be installed. Again, here on Brian Phillips RC, I don't know anybody else that's showing all these steps. It's probably because some of this stuff, we don't mean to insult anybody's intelligence, but the truth is this is pretty easy stuff. I've been the worst part of it has been figuring out where the heck the stuff goes.
Right.
Okay, so there's one antenna, there's another antenna, and then 2 of these vertical antennas. Let's see what you got there.
Well, I'm assuming the matching ones are gonna go there. It's really hard to tell from the pictures.
Well, the other thing is we might have an antenna up here.
We might have to look for other pictures also.
So, and the other thing too is I got to get that other Sterling kit thing off of there.
Yep.
So.
Well, we're about as far as we can get tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically putting the antennas on and then we're done.
See, this one doesn't show any antennas anywhere.
So they must not have mounted them. So these ones, I'm assuming these ones go right here. But I'm frankly, I'm not sure. I assume it goes something like that. Well, why don't we pause? We'll find a picture quick and we'll figure it out and do it. Okay, so we figured out where these are supposed to go. right there, right there. And you see, I just glued on the front and the back. Okay, so I'm just gonna lay it down. I'm not gonna put it in an angle. I'm not gonna do anything funny. I'm just gonna go straight up and down. And then I'm gonna just come right after it with some CA and kicker. Just kicker one side, and then you should be good to go. Make sure you're square. And then if you decide to supplement, put a little extra on there, that's fine. Now, we do have a 3D printer. My son is pretty good at doing drawings and stuff like that. CAD files or whatever it is he does. And so if we come up with some more decals, or not decals, components that we want to mount, we'll share that. Okay, so that's the one side. Go back to the other side. You said, oh, it already ran to the other side anyway. So that stuff wicks like crazy. If you've never used it, it's a pretty amazing product. Okay, now this one goes right here. Now, what did they do with theirs, just out of curiosity? Because look, that shows a gap there.
Yeah.
So they must have it back a ways.
And it's harder to tell in these pictures.
So I think what I need to do is I'm probably just gonna have to wait until we get the next chunk. I'll have to wait and I'll have to glue this. I'm gonna have to glue that into position when we get a position for it.
Right.
Because frankly, right now, I don't know. I won't be able to know until we have the rest of the components in there, because I cannot have this mounted wrong. And that is so, so cool. I mean, it's gotta be the most detailed, one of the most. We had a really detailed P-47 from FMS, 1.5 meter. That thing was so detailed. Spitfire, pretty detailed the other day.
Well, and that 300C heli is pretty detailed too in the cockpit. The red metal one.
Oh yeah.
The
yeah,
Schweitzer.
Definitely. The Schweitzer, yep. And that's another one. Okay, so this has a little bit of a bump on there.
Oh, yeah,
see
I see
that?
it.
So I'm just gonna take this antenna and just use my sanding
Do you
block.
want me to avert my eyes?
I won't do it in front of my, oh wait, never mind, I did. Okay, so this one, same thing here, a little bit of glue. This time, a little bit of kicker. We'll just kind of slather that right where we think it's gonna go. And then I just gotta get this right on the first shot. Okay. Oh yes, I actually got one right. It's a miracle. Okay, so the fact that they're black instead of being gray, like the finish of the aircraft, is a little bit off-putting on something of this nature, but maybe they're supposed to be black. You would think they would have just painted them.
You would think
If they
so?
were, I mean, if they were supposed to be that color. Maybe they're not supposed to be that color. So honestly, I'm gonna defer to their judgment on that. Yeah, I don't think it was a manufacturing cheap out. Frankly, I'm really happy with the build quality on this so far. And you better be if you're buying an expensive model like this. You know, your expectation should be high. Also, and just so you guys know, when we work with these manufacturers, you know, like we want them to succeed, but we don't cover for them. We just show it exactly the way it works for us. Now this one goes on the bottom. I think it goes forward facing, but it's like mid boom.
Does.
Like this, right?
I see, we can't see it in this picture.
Okay, so let's find a picture. We'll come right back. Okay, so this one, kind of same scenario. We'll just go ahead and get a little bit of CA. I'm gonna go a little bit less crazy than I did on that last one. I noticed I get a little bit too much on it. And I'm just gonna cover the area that we think we're gonna stick it. And what I wanna do is I just wanna hold this, I'm gonna just try to get it square.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna hold it like that, okay? Guys, I'm Brian Phillips RC. We are honored and privileged to be working with some pretty decent companies that wanna bring RC, helicopters, airplanes, VTOLs, quads, all that stuff to the United States, okay? From abroad. As soon as Americans are doing it, we will work with them too. But at the end of the day, if you guys are looking for a manufacturer that's gonna sell you this direct from Chinaland, just remember, unless you know how to import something and pay freight forwarding and pay for tariffs and all that stuff yourself, follow the links in the video description below. They're gonna help deal with it, okay? because it is complicated, and we have imported stuff ourselves before. It's a pain in the balls. It's a very time-consuming process. And if you've ever gone through freight forwarding, it's a whole task.
And the company that we're working with, they're dealing with that stuff for you. And we're not sure that everybody is.
That's right. And so that's the problem is if you get online and you see this thing and you're like, hey, I can get it a lot cheaper. I can get it, you know, with another feature or whatever. I'm not saying that that might not come to pass at some point in the future, but to our understanding at this current juncture, we're working with one of a couple of different distributors that can even sell into the country.
Right.
Okay, so just be careful. If you order and you get ripped off, don't come blame us. Okay?
And if it sounds too good to be true,
it absolutely is.
Yeah.
Okay, so just remember when things like this get popular, especially when they're really expensive, if you see one that costs like 25% of cost, it isn't real. Okay, it's not going to be. Okay, these things are expensive to build. And that being said, now we just need the other half. Now, I also don't know if that baby tail rotor is going to be a problem or not in terms of its looks. It does look a little bit smaller than it should be, but holy cow, that thing is so beautiful. I am annoyed that we don't have the missiles though. I'm assuming they must come in the other package.
Hope they're in the other box.
So for now, we're just going to assume, hey, they're coming in the other box. Totally cool. It is neat that this can be pointed. I don't have, full disclosure, I don't have plans to make that pivot, okay? If you want to make it pivot, that's totally cool, and there are ways to do it. I love that this is a swing out design. I want to see this. I want to see, oh, it's an Emax motor. Sweet. I love Emax motors. It's a CO series, CO2 series. And 2207, it's a smooth body. I love the way it looks.
It looks really nice.
It's really pretty. But I want this design on these fly wings. That'd be so sick. Instead of that fixed pitch, ugly looking thing, just make it look like it's a, you know, it's not a belt driven tail rotor, but I assumed, you know, on a scale of this Heli, we'd be getting some sort of a belt-driven system like this, where you actually have a servo that drives this, okay? Now, that's what I want a real tail rotor to look like, okay? To have that, but that also gives you like crazy control authority.
Right.
Crazy control authority. But it's also a lot harder to pass a belt or some sort of a drive shaft through a system of a body like this, because then, especially on this type of body, because you have to go back to a gearbox and then you have to go up, okay? So if you have a belt that goes to a pulley and the pulley runs to another pulley and then that pulley goes up and then it pulleys out and then you have a linkage that goes down and has a pivot point. It is a very complicated system. So I understand, especially on a Cobra, okay? Now there might be other bodies that they won't have to do that pivot up to the top of a boom.
Oh.
But most of them are like on a Bell 206, it's a straight shot.
Yep.
Okay, on a Huey, it's not a straight shot. On a BO 105, it's not a straight shot. Okay, because you're gonna go out, you're gonna go up to the top of the boom. So, or the top of the vertical stabilizer, which is integral to the body, so it's kind of like the fuselage. I am so happy to be doing this. This is so cool. And I cannot wait to see this thing threatening us in real life. It is going to be so cool. So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we work really hard to bring you the latest and greatest and also be full length, full disclosure, show all the details that don't look right so that you can make a decision for your hard-earned dollars. And so special thanks to Sterling Kit for working with us on this. I'm going to go off camera and take this label off. So without further ado, next up, more unboxing. YouTube's Brian Phillips, still unboxing that thing. So this box came in the mail, like, was it the next day? No, it was like 4 days.
Next business day.
3 days.
That came on Saturday. This came today.
Okay, so
Monday.
We're gonna continue. So guys, at the end of the day, we don't really care when they get here as long as they get here.
Right.
But the sooner the better, kind of like every other thing we order.
We did know to expect 2 boxes, so we weren't like shocked that there wasn't stuff.
We sort of knew there was 2 boxes, but we didn't know how it would lay out.
Right.
We were kind of hoping that they would have come to their senses by the time they shipped it to us and just shipped it in one box. But there must be a weight restriction that they're hitting or missing, because I appreciate that they're really well packed. They have corner guards on the outside and on the inside, so like that's great. It makes it a little awkward to open. Full disclosure, you're not gonna really enjoy that process too much. I've opened some industrial crates and things that are much, much easier, that are way more complicated. But truth is if it gets here in one piece, that's really the ticket. I think that's what they're gonna do. And you know, nobody wants the delay of having a product damaged and shipping. Right. But also, I think that they're doing this because they want customs not to open them. Because it's a lot easier if they don't open the package. They don't have to open them. But it's always hard to know. I mean, it looks like this was open at one point, so that means customs probably did open it. Okay, so we're just gonna bring this open. Ah, instruction.
Oh, we do get instructions.
So it's the L7. The switch position of the L7 flight controller mode is different from that of the AH-1.
Okay.
Okay, so they show the different settings, okay? So that's important to pay attention to. GPS is at the top, ATT, and then 6G. Now, you can change that too, and I will be changing that to match. I'm not gonna have the same controller do things different. That's really dumb, okay?
Right, but this is a different flight controller.
It doesn't matter. I can change
but we can
where
change
the switches are.
Yes.
Yeah, you can change the positions if you set up the flight modes different. And also, if you guys didn't already know this, on all of my fly wings that I've been flying, the ones that are crashed, I don't. I set up a button back here to mix, so it brings it up one step. Whatever you're in, it'll go up to home, or it'll go from 3D to GPS. So if I'm flying along and I feel like I've lost control, it's like my panic switch. I can get to it super easy, and it works really sharp. So, because that was my biggest complaint on these helis when I first started, because when you go to the 3D, it kind of pulls them down to the ground. And the Collective is spring-loaded, so rather than make an adjustment and complicated trim adjustments, I have no idea what this is.
Charger.
Let's see what it is. Oh, charger? Okay. So we're gonna see. This is an unbox. But anyway, the moral of the story is, guys, whatever it takes to keep that thing in one piece, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
That thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm super excited. Okay, so this is a charger. This comes in the ready to fly option. Okay, so it looks like an 80 watt. We've used these before. It's got different sensor inputs on the end, which you probably aren't going to use, but that is going to be capable of charging 6S, I believe. And then just as you can see, the packaging is like this. Oh man, that's the blades. Okay, so there's going to be some assembly required.
Okay.
We were hoping that this would be, well, obviously you got to put the blades on. It takes like 2 seconds to put blades on.
Hopefully.
Which, by the way, I was thinking about blades today.
Yeah.
Because it's been a couple of days. Well, for us, it's been just overnight. Oh, by the way, look at those labels. They fell right off.
Yeah, they did for it.
It was super easy. It definitely didn't take me like an hour. There was not any bad words.
The kids have been debating all day about how big the blades are, so.
Okay, so these blades are big, okay? So just to give you an idea of the difference in size class, all right? These things are large. Okay. This will be the biggest heli that I have got.
Yes. Oh my.
Okay, it's still, you can see like right here, that's gonna be pretty good size heli blades, but it's still not like a huge difference, okay? So the M4 Max would be the biggest, right?
Yes.
This is the M4, so 385 millimeters. So this one is quite a bit. This is a little bit longer. So I think the M4 Max is 420. So these ones must be close to that. Which, by the way, look at that. That's maybe not so good. What the heck? Okay, so we got blades. They do look like they're the same top or bottom, but I hope I'm not wrong on that. And so they say what mode it is
Okay,
on
that's
the blades for some
helpful.
reason. I don't know why they do that, but whatever. By the way, we do keep our packaging on stuff like this, just in case there'd be a problem. We want to know how to deal with it, okay? Oh, there's screwdriver set here. Can't get it out. I'm gonna just take this out. This is obviously going to be the helicopter thing. Oh, look, instructions.
Okay.
Okay. What? What?
That does not look the same.
Why do we only have two? Before starting the helicopter as shown in the picture, please straighten the tail propeller as much as possible to reduce the vibration. Okay, on startup. Okay, well, I guess they went to a 2-blade setup instead of 4. So you got to plug in the LEDs, which is pretty sweet. So you could add additional LEDs if you need to. Before starting the helicopter. Oh, they have 4 on that because that must be the Seahawk.
Okay. I'd say
the Seahawk or the Blackhawk.
Okay.
Yep. Because that's got a 4-blade tail rotor. All right. Missiles.
Oh, good.
They sent the goods. These are kind of heavy, actually. That's crazy. Okay, so let's get these out of here. Because I was nervous about that. I'm like, how did we get gypped out of missiles?
Right.
It's like probably some customs things. Like you actually can't ship missiles to civilians in the United States. Oh, yes.
Whoa.
So beautiful. That's pretty sweet. I wish he slid off. That'd be even sweeter. But it looks like, I mean, this is pretty hefty. I mean, I don't want to waste a bunch of capacity on that, but you know, they are missiles after all, so
Yeah, but they're cool. Yeah, exactly.
They look pretty good.
Yeah.
I've seen more detailed ordnance, I gotta say, for being a big helicopter with a lot of room for detail. We've seen way more detailed ordnance. I don't mind the rocket pods look pretty good to me. Okay, screwdrivers. Okay, so these ones they look a lot like the ones we already have, which is nice actually.
Yeah.
And these would more than likely cover our bases for all the ones we need. 1.5, 2, 2.5, and then Phillips, 3mm.
Okay.
So evidently in China, that's the normal way to size Phillips tips.
Sure.
Yes.
That's how I size my Phillips tip.
Sure you don't. So I'm just gonna put all these back here and keep them forever. And we have some cabling. Okay.
Oh my.
This goes to the charger. Now, if you guys don't know how to use these chargers, there will be a power input, and then there will be a balance plug, as well as looks like they've got an XT60 built onto here. So back in the day, I used to charge everything on a charger like this, and I went out to a balance board. That is a really rinky-dink cable. I mean, it's fine, but it's not very big. And then this allows you to charge at the field. If you don't want to hook it up to AC, you can bring DC, and that's 11 through 18 volts in, okay? Or in our case, we're going to use the AC plug, okay? Now, I am going to demonstrate that this works, but I just want you to understand I will be using a smart charger because that's what we have set up in our setup. There's nothing wrong with this charger. It's a good charger, and that's part of the reason why we are going to recommend that you get the Ready to Fly. See that? That's maybe not so great. Felt like it was gonna break out of there. I've used chargers just like this before. There's nothing wrong with them. They're easy to set up, they're easy to use, but you do have to know a little bit about what you're doing. And that's true of this and every charger. Charging batteries is usually, when you have a helicopter of this size, you could hurt yourself with it, okay? Charging is the other thing that you wanna watch for, because you don't wanna burn your house down. Okay, so please be careful. Take stuff seriously. When it comes to batteries, it's a big deal, okay? I'm not saying, okay, that's the battery.
Oh.
And they have this,
again,
same as before. Oops.
Okay, got it.
Now this box, guys, just to give you an idea, this is empty, okay? Listen to how heavy this is. That might have broke our floor. So maybe don't do that. But they have really gone out of their way to try to make this thing robust, stout. The FSI-6S, which is basically AFHDS, which is going to be the protocol that's used on it. And they just put the whole box in here, which is kind of cool. I don't have any problem with Fly Sky stuff, but we don't do a lot of Fly Sky stuff that isn't in ready to fly packages. Now, also keep in mind, this is a piece of Velcro. There is another light that goes to the bottom. And there's some zip ties and a USB-A to USB-C, okay? Okay. So that is used, if necessary, to update the firmware on the flight controller and to do settings changes on the flight controller. We're gonna have to glue these on, almost certainly. Yes. Yeah, because that's just gonna get glued on, it looks like. Unless it snaps on, that'd be sweet if it did. Wow, that is a really tight fit. We may not even have to glue that.
You think so?
I don't know if I trust it is the only problem.
I know.
I'm just not sure that it's a good idea to trust that much stuff. Because like if you're flying around, you do something crazy, but just like, I'm practically gonna break that wing off taking it out. I don't know, hon. What do you think?
I mean, I think you should probably glue it just to be safe, but
to be safer,
break it, I guess.
Because it's not as like obviously stuck on there. Some of our models have pretty amazing ordnance anymore. And I gotta say, I don't expect every fly-by-night helicopter manufacturer, yes, that's right, those are the words I used, to be able to come up with the same level and quality, because it's just not practical to assume that that would happen.
Right.
Okay? Now, that being said, I am gonna glue it to be safe. Okay. Glue is, it's really, you know, you can still break them off anyway.
And I mean, you're not gonna fly them without the ordnance, right?
No, I'm not.
So.
No, the only thing about these is they're kind of big. So like some people may not like that. Okay, so let's do this. Let's just get this on here right now. We gotta do all these steps anyway.
We do.
My fear is we're gonna basically run out of time anyway, so I wanna get these glued on right now. If that's okay. Remember, all we've provided for tools, we got in the second box. So like if you guys are, and this, right?
Yes, right.
No, we did use a crescent wrench to turn
to turn on the tail yesterday.
Okay, so let's do this real quick. I'm gonna lay this on its side. I just wanna see how this is gonna work because I need to know where to put the glue. Because you know, you wanna put that on there, but you want the glue to be in the right spot, okay? So yeah, so I'll just go right here. Just a little bit in the hole. And frankly, I don't think we're gonna need a whole lot more than that. That's just gonna be like a little bit to hang on to it. And then I'm gonna slide that on there. Now, you don't have to glue this on. You don't even have to install it, folks. So it's totally up to you how you wanna handle it. But my suggestion is it's probably going to look really awesome. So I would say, you know, Ordnance in general, do it. On a helicopter. Now, on an airplane, you probably don't always want Ordnance on an airplane because it makes them draggy as heck. I wonder if I should dry fit this. No, I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna do this the easy way for once. You guys see how that tip is on? What do I always say about keeping?
You gotta keep your tip clean.
That's right, and I evidently didn't do a very good job of that because there's clearly some schmutz in here. Already, that's right. And I mean, I literally wiped it as soon as we were done.
I know, you did.
Always wipe it. Okay, there we go, much better. But you guys can see what's going on there. Now it's coming out nicely, okay. And we'll just slip this on here. You know what? I went too far back.
With your glue?
Yep, I totally did.
Are you gonna kick her that?
No, I'm gonna wipe it up. I'm gonna use a Q-tip.
Okay.
So, Q-tips, if you don't have Q-tips in your kitchen, obviously you're a weirdo. Thing I like about Q-tips is they're so versatile. You can do all the things they put on the marketing literature, or you could just do like what Brian Phillips does, which is clean his ears with them.
Right. Don't do that. You're not supposed to.
Yeah, it's dangerous. It's
terrible.
Dangerous. You could hurt your hearing. Which, to be honest with you, it's mostly gone anyway, right?
Whatever. That's just when I talk.
Sorry.
Or the girl in the transmitter.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so those are glued on. We're gonna go with it. All right, so now that those are glued, obviously we gotta take a minute and just admire how sweet that looks. That is so cool. You used to chase kids when they were little like that. And they got a kick out of it.
When they were little, like yesterday.
What are you talking about? They're not little anymore.
No, they're not.
You're in denial.
No, you still chase them.
Oh, yeah. Yes, but they're
not little anymore.
That's the
It's
problem.
sad.
It is sad. Okay, so let's open this. All right, so we'll come back to that. Why would they set them up different? I don't understand it. It's so dumb.
Not the same company.
It's the same flight controller company. All right, so they give you this thing. Yeah, I don't like those things. Wow, that's a weird looking 6S pack.
Weird.
Ah, FlishRC. 4325C 6S. How do you find a 6S pack that's 25C? You got to go out of your way for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Okay.
All right, whatever. You know, it's like the things that make you scratch your head. This is one of them. Okay. Not only that, but we got an XT60 on a 6S. Very unusual. And by the way, feel that battery.
I heard it when you set the box down.
It's not. It's light.
Light.
Like, I don't understand it. It's very weird. So guys, we're gonna show you real quick how this works. This is the charger. Makes a little song when you first turn it on. So plug in your battery like this, Find the appropriate port. Make sure your pins are lined up correctly. So that's 6S. So we're gonna go here. Is that 6S? Yes, it is. Okay, so look. Is it on? Did it already die?
It beeped.
Yeah, I know. I saw it beep. And then, oh, there's a protective cover on there. Did it already die? Stop. Status. Plug it in. Oh, there. I don't know what. Whoa. Oh, that's high quality. Okay, so you remember how we were saying that didn't look so hot? I'm going to just quickly unplug this just in case. Jeez. That felt like it was broken inside. Okay, watch. See that? I just don't think I have full purchase. Oh, good Lord. There we go. Now it's working.
Okay.
Okay, guys. If you wanted to learn how to burn your house down, that'd be a good way to do it. Just use a charger that's broken. Especially do it while you're sleeping and smoking in bed. All right, so lithium battery. Type. Status. The blueprint on black is super easy to read. All right, so enter. No, we want to go to, this is 4300, so we can do 4300 minimum. And this is a high discharge, yeah, 25C, I would not argue as high discharge. So we're going to go to enter, move, oh, lithium ion, we're going to LiPo. And we're going to change that to 4300, so 4.3 at least. And that's 4.3 amps. And we are going to press and hold start. And then it's going to check the battery. And then it's going to start, confirm, hit enter. Okay, so now that's going to charge this battery. And on this it says balance. You can hit status. Now it's up to 3.5 amps. And so basically, there's your cells. Okay, so go back just a little.
The glare is kind of.
Well, it's because it's stupid safe. They have this like thing on here that's. It's kind of hard to get off of there though. There's a protective cover on it, and I'm trying to figure out how I might be able to get that off without causing a problem. But you see what I'm doing, guys? It fell down in there. And normally I would peel that out, but
Can I get it with my nail?
Yeah, maybe you can put a nail in there and get
it.
You can get it.
Oh, yeah.
I just can't get it. Are you gonna film it?
Well, I thought I could get it fast, but maybe I can't.
No. All right, this is how you do it, guys. On Brian Phillips RC, we show you the full truth, nothing but the truth. So help us God, because at the end of the day, you might be thinking to yourself, that does not seem like a very good value if I have to do all that. You know, to be honest with you, it's not a big deal. If you don't have a charger, this will be totally fine. Yep. My only fear is that it is going to be, you know, maybe not quite as robust as I'd like it to be. And for that reason, we're probably gonna use a smart charger. That's fine.
It's similar to the chargers that you used to use.
No, it's fine. Like I said, it's fine. I just don't like the way that power cord went in there.
No.
Because it feels like it's trying to jank off of the board inside.
Well.
Yeah, that's kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
So we'll keep a close eye on it.
Okay.
And with respect to this balance lead connector thingy, you can snap this on and sort of give a little bit of protection to the balance lead. I have never had a problem with the balance lead separating because I support by the balance lead, okay? If you have a propensity to pulling by the cable, you can yank them out, okay? And what I mean by that is the individual wires that go into the balance lead, you don't want to yank those out, okay? Because if you're bad at pulling on these, this will help you, okay? Because you snap that on, it goes to the plastic, and that gives a support. So then you just have to line up your individual leads and snap this around. Again, that's if you decide you want to do it. I am not doing that.
But also, if you have like arthritis in your hands and stuff and it's harder to grip and pull, like that might be handy.
Yeah, so if you have arthritis.
You're old like me.
Like us, yeah. Okay, so we'll come back to this. This does talk about the different values, okay, which is pretty cool. And yeah, those values are actually similar to the 3 settings that we have on the Flywing offerings. The reason I say is because a lot of people that have Flywings are gonna upgrade to something like this eventually, okay? So, screwdrivers are nice. We'll reintegrate those to the rest of our goodies. By the way, if you're looking to buy something like that and you don't wanna get multi-$1,000 helicopter, we have links to them in the video description below, just in case you're wondering. Okay, so we'll put those on next. I am really not happy about that. There's definitely a big scratch on there.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
Like it's a big old scratch. Kind of pisses me off. It's a beautiful blade. And then we got a big ding in the middle of it. By the way, we show all that crap. So if you guys are working with Brian Phillips RC and you'd like to avoid being embarrassed, then don't do things like that. And we won't talk about them. Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll embarrass you even if you did everything right.
Yeah. That's all we know how to do.
That's all we know how to do.
We embarrass ourselves too, it's okay.
It's all right, you'll blend right in. Okay, so remember guys, failure is always an option, okay? I've never seen this package.
No.
We've always gotten them in other repacked situations. Okay. Okay, this comes with some other crap. USB-A to USB micro.
Oh, we'll have to get batteries, won't we?
Not necessarily, it feels like it's got, it felt heavier. But yeah, I do like that they labeled it, that's kind of nice. And I do like that this is labeled too, but again, I am going to be redoing. I don't mind Sterling Kit, by the way. Sterling Kit, put as many labels as you want on these, that's fine. Just not on my glass of any helicopter ever. That is so irritating to me. Okay, so here's this.
Okay.
Also, if you need to make changes to this setting, I'll show you. There's home, there's off, there's start and stop and run, and then I don't know what we're doing with this, probably nothing. So we'll have to take a look at that. Yes, you do need to provide your own AA's because it wasn't expensive enough.
Right.
That's supposed to be a joke, guys. Quality certificate, whatever that means. Okay. So evidently there is quality consideration.
Good enough for China.
Yep, so this will be in here. I'll just close that up. Obviously we'll be set up on that. We've had fine luck with these. They do burn through batteries, especially when you get Harbor Freight batteries that are like, they actually pay you to take them.
Is that our problem?
Yeah, if you got like Duracell batteries, they run for like 7 years.
Maybe.
Ours are gonna run for about like 5 minutes.
Yep.
And that's a true story, folks. So I'm just making a pile of all the goodies that come with this because this is really, yes, in case you were wondering, I did just damage my floor.
All the times.
Did you see what I did?
Yes, I was gonna say when you picked that up, the blade was out.
Sorry.
It's your floor too.
I know, but I'm still annoyed that I did that. That was dumb. Okay, so more corner guards because evidently the corners are a big deal in China this week. I've never seen more corner guards.
And they tape, it's like you taught them how to tape a box all the way around every single.
Well, And I guess if it gets here in one piece, that's the important part.
Yep.
But it just makes it kind of like a pain in the butt to unbox. You know, there are such things as foam, like, you know, we make lots of foam airplanes and things. What really needs to happen is they need to have like a proper packaging sales rep come to their office and sell them like packaging.
Packaging.
Because there's like 4,000 ways they could do this stuff cheaper, and they would probably protect the product just as good, and it would take like 1/10 the time for their employees. You know, like those bags that have the chemical agent that like fills up?
Yeah.
That's what they should be doing, like 100%. I'm guessing they can't or don't want to afford those things, but seeing the way that they package all this stuff, it's like, good Lord. Or maybe they don't have access to it, I guess. Maybe it's illegal where they live or some crazy thing like that. See, and then you just get down to a regular box eventually.
Right.
So we show the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. And that is because at the end of the day, when you spend this kind of coin on a product like this, you want to know if you're going to get a piece of crap. And by the way, you may notice some of our competitors, to beat them up or anything, but the truth is they don't show all this. I'm not saying that that's necessarily not calculated on their part. Maybe they just think it's boring. It is boring. But the truth is, like, this is a pretty expensive one. So I want to make sure you guys understand what it is you're getting. And I want to help set expectations, because at the end of the day, I'd rather take one for the team and have a terrible experience. You guys can see how terrible it was.
Yeah.
Than have you buy a really expensive product and find out it's a piece of crap and somebody was just trying to sell something.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing wrong with trying to sell something, even if it is a piece of crap. But the thing is, we're gonna make sure you guys know it's crap, if it is. Again, not saying this piece of crap in any way, I'm just saying that's the way we run our business model of RC reviews. See what I'm talking about? It's just like ridiculous. Okay. I don't even know what side is up.
Oh, that's true.
Look.
I guess we're gonna find out.
Yeah, okay, so that's all one big thing.
Okay.
I think I have it right side up. Okay, how do I know? I don't know, by guess.
Is that empty? Yep.
It's empty. 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 Just double checking. Always double check. Like, don't throw this straight into your like 55-gallon burn drum, because that's about the time you'll realize that that's where the ordnance is.
Yeah.
I can't believe I did that. That's so stupid. You know that I can't fix that, right?
I know you'll try.
It's like the one under the office chair.
Yeah.
That's,
Splintering into a million pieces.
yeah, but don't worry, it doesn't stab my toe every time I use it.
No, sure it doesn't.
Wait, it does. I should probably also have a sharper blade in here, because that would have definitely
That would help.
been a safer thing. Well, they definitely used a lot of good bubble wrap.
Yeah.
This back. Now, the cool thing about this helicopter is, in terms of the build, you know, it's not really that hard. It's just a lot of like packaging.
Yeah.
Okay, that's big.
Okay.
So I'm gonna.
What is that?
It's just a mark.
Okay.
It must have been where a bearing, like a. Wow, that looks like a pretty nice little setup. I'm just looking at everything right now. Okay, so it's geared. I'm gonna lay that down carefully. I almost feel like putting it on here just to be on the safer side. Let's take a close look at this. 85 amp ESC, XT60 equipped with takeoff leads that go to BEC power. That is actually the tail rotor taking power, it looks like. And then these are the mounts. A lot of 3D printed stuff. I am not a fan of having carbon fiber right next to antennas, and they did get this most of the way out, but just keep in mind, folks, carbon fiber blocks the emission or the reception of radio signals in many cases. This is where you would plug in your USB-C to reprogram the flight controller. It looks like some pretty high quality servos. I always like to feel these just to make sure I don't feel anything funny. Man, that shaft is thick. Holy crap. And this is all milled aluminum, feels like. Okay, good servos, high-speed servos. They're called FL690 HVs. So 690 HVs. Obviously we don't have a tail servo, so it's just the 3 for the swash. And you can see that is very heavy duty. Okay. A little metal. And then plastic ends. Very smooth, no resistance there. See? Good fitment. Bolts together. Rubber isolations were used. ISO mounts were used, and ISO mounts were used on all of them. See that up against that sharp edge? They put tape around it. You see the tape?
Oh,
to
yes,
protect
I do.
the wires. Good call, guys. So this is the FlishL7. Okay. What are these 2 little wires? You see those 2 little wires?
Black and yellow ones.
Yeah, they go down somewhere.
Through.
There they're going right here. They go to probably take up data. FlishL7, analog cam, digital VTX. That stuff is all kind of underneath that right there. Okay. And that actually, I'm not sure what that is. This thing, not sure what that is. But man, that is a interesting motor. These are not at an angle. We've seen angles on like most every helicopter we have. I'm not sure why that is, but that's just the way it is, I guess. Big, heavy silicone coated cables that go up and obviously go into the brushless motor. There are bullet connectors that are right behind this spot. Look, you can see from down here now. See, right there. And then there's the receiver from the FR Sky. Is that FR Sky or what is it? No, it's an FS1 or FSIA6. So yeah, so they're using the S-Bus output. It looks like iBus. They call it iBus. See the iBus cable? Look how tight that is, guys. That is no, go from here. See this? That is a good way to lose a helicopter, okay? Why do they have that tied so tight? I don't like that. I don't mind having it tied tight, but that is like not cool. That is way too close to yanking out. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're looking at.
Because like guys, look, if you have one cable come undone, your helicopter is toast. Okay, we're gonna cut that. I'm not gonna tolerate the risk. By the way, everybody, the sun is setting on my hopes and dreams. In case you were wondering. Okay. So this is what I'm concerned about, guys. I always like to visually inspect these. I don't pretend to be a helicopter expert. I just play one on YouTube. That's hilarious. I know. So this is what I'm concerned about, is this wire. Do you see that? How close that is? Now, why would it matter? Well, it comes up here and there's like no slack. Now, if I could pull some slack down, that would be fine. There's an antenna that's mounted to, I think that's an antenna that's mounted to some foam. Man, that's tight too. Why do they make them so tight? That's not good, guys. China, don't tighten them. That's not good. We need these to be slack so that there's like a little bit of give. I mean, if something gets yanked, it's gonna totally lose your connection. Okay, look, sorry, bye zip tie. We'll get you a new nice home. See that slack? Now it's still held in position and I can reach my finger in here and I can brace the receiver and I can make sure that dang thing ain't gonna come undone because it is barely penetrated. Barely penetrated. Like, I'd be surprised if that was even working. Yeah, kind of scary. Okay, now, yep, you see what I just did there?
Yeah.
I just pulled slack. Now I'm comfortable. See, and look, up on top, cable management 101, folks. There's tons of slack on this. There's not enough on that. Okay, we're going to the very last port. So I'm gonna just do this. Sorry folks, cable management is not my job, but it is my job. Because listen, if you see a problem and you don't do something about it, then it's your problem.
Ooh, that made a big difference.
Yeah, look at the length now.
Yep.
See, now I can bring that down. Now you could have your zip tie in place and it would be fine. But you see, I am like getting full proper penetration now. Now I will go and zip tie that back, because truth is, guys, if you're not checking, then you're gonna lose something like this over something so stupid as one zip tie. Like, sorry. We need to be better than that, folks. So even though it's their responsibility and they should have done better, I don't care. I don't want to crash it. Okay, and it might have been fine for a long time. But let's say on flight 79, it just gets janked out because I have like a rough landing.
You're not gonna know. Yeah, exactly.
You know, nobody. And they were working with us, you know. They'd be like, no, not okay. So that goes through, back around. Okay, so remember everybody, we got to take ownership of these things to a certain extent, especially when they're coming from the other side of the planet. You know, it's not like they can just throw it in a box. They got to throw it in 2 boxes.
Right.
Okay. I'm just going to feed this through. And for those of you that are like, hey, you know, that's unacceptable. I'll never do business with a company that makes that type of stupid mistake. Well, you won't be doing much business with people in the RC.
Yeah.
Because we see this all the time. And again, it is a bit of a value judgment too, so let's just be a little bit fair in that regard. Okay, so you see this? Got that around, flat wire, slacked enough so that there's no issues with penetration there. Now I'm gonna pull it tight, make sure it doesn't do any damage to the cable. Okay. Now that it's held tight, I can take this, give it a good torque twist, and then chop it off. Okay, very nice. Okay, I'm happy with the way that turned out. I'm more confident than I was. And frankly, that's kind of a big deal. Like if that would not work, that'd be a massive problem. But otherwise, everything seems fine, other than that minor, total, complete disaster averted. Which I'm not a fan of this right here. See this? By the way, is this where the battery goes?
No, because there's a battery tray in there, right?
Ooh, look, I just lifted that up. Did you see what I did? I lifted that up. I really would like to get this antenna to be held in there. I hate these FR Sky antennas. They're so stupid. These big, bulky, dumb things. I don't know what the dumb thing is under there. I don't tempt fate usually.
Right.
When it comes to stuff like that, because the antennas are designed by them, I'm just not sure I'm comfortable with that, especially right next to the battery.
But the battery's going to go forward. It's going to sit up here, right?
That's my understanding. So they must have this installed for some other helicopters. Maybe the batteries go on there in another application.
Oh, sure.
Okay, well, we'll find out. I mean, even if we don't know now. Okay, so you remember the screws that said body?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's what we need next. Because, like, we don't have any other screws, hon.
There's only 2 of them.
Well, how many screws are we supposed to have?
That whole thing is going to get held in with 2 screws?
Well, I don't know.
That seems a little bit ambitious.
Well, I don't know. Let's see what the instructions say. Do they say anything?
Where are the other instructions that you had? You had a whole packet of stuff.
Well, that was the radio thing.
Oh, well, there's more than one page, though. Is that just for the radio?
I thought it was. Okay, so we know about that.
Okay.
We know we have to plug in the LEDs. That looks like an addendum. Getting started guide. Please don't touch your transmitter menu. It has been factory set. If the setting is changed incorrectly, you will not be able to start the helicopter. Okay. In the use of RC helicopters, manufacturers and dealers are not in any responsibilities for the accidents caused by the parts in the abnormal operation or input assembling of the helicopter. The product is available for the experienced adults who have operated the helicopters before, and the operators who have the substantial technical staff standing by in local legitimate remote control Flying fuel to ensure their safety. Okie dokie.
So now I'm the technical staff?
After the sale of the product, Flish shall have no responsibilities in the performance and security issues causing in the operations and uses. Okay. RC model requires a certain degree of skill to operate and is a consumer item. Any damage or dissatisfaction as a result of accidents or modifications are not covered by any warranty and cannot be returned or replaced. Neither Flish Helicopter Division nor its agents have any control over the assembly, maintenance, and use of this product. Therefore, no responsibility can be tracked back to the manufacturer. You hereby agree to release Flish. Okay, but nobody signed it. It's just like an addendum in a manual. So again, it's coming from somebody in China, so we have like no legal agreement to this. So it's pretty much a joke. Here's what they meant to say. You're flying this at your own risk. You assume responsibility. You put the thing together. If you screwed it up, it's your fault. Hey, how about if you didn't zip tie the wire properly?
We didn't put it together.
Well, now I'm assuming responsibility for that cable.
Right.
And truthfully, I would. But let's be honest, folks. We have color printed manual. He's pointed right there. Takeoff unlocking method. Left-hand throttle. We are mode 2 is what we have. Okay. Oh, look, they explained it. This is pretty good.
That's nice.
And I gotta say, okay, so we're gonna make fun where fun is due. Okay. This is pretty straightforward stuff. Okay. Most manufacturers are pretty much gonna have a liability release.
Yeah.
But they need to say something like, use of this product constitutes acknowledgement of agreement. But they don't have a lawyer writing this crap.
Right.
So it's okay. Good for us.
Or naming their company.
At the end of the day, I just want to make sure the company's going to be in business so I can buy spare parts when I crash it into a tree. Not that I would ever do that. Right. All right. 6G. No GPS positioning function, no fixed height or point. Manual control of the joystick is required throughout the process to keep the helicopter balanced at all times. The operation is very complex with high risk of crashing. Suitable.
Let's leave it the right word. Suitable for
experienced players who have mastered skills.
Mastered flight skills.
Mastered
flight skills.
Okay. So.
But it does have manual mode.
No, I mean, like, honestly, that's pretty good description. I can live with that.
Yeah.
So no GPS. So ATT is no GPS positioning function. Can achieve fixed height flight, but not fixed to the point. Manual control is needed to avoid the helicopter offset. The operation is relatively complex with a certain risk of crash. Suitable for players with a little 3D flight experience. Okie dokie. GPS through the GPS satellite. Okay, so what they're trying to say is GPS is auto level and GPS lock, so it's going to hold it in position. If you lose that, then it's just going to drift, okay? It might drift a little bit up and a little bit down. It's not like you have a downward looking sensor. Which one did we just do? Oh, we just did this one. This one had a downward looking, like a photo sensor.
Yeah.
Not a photo sensor so much as
LiDAR.
an optical flow sensor. We just did it's in the other room. Mm-hmm. We have an Apache we just did that has a LiDAR sensor. Ooh, we have a LiDAR sensor on
the yellow or the red goose key.
Do we?
I think so.
Yeah, we have a LiDAR sensor on that one. Mm-hmm. So that'd be like a downward facing sensor. So basically the auto leveling keeps it from tipping or pitching off of level. And we call that disc leveling in most helicopter worlds. I just am learning this, by the way. And then this thing points down and it basically looks at an image of the LiDAR topography, which helps with both, I believe, altitude and positional control. So you get 1 axis and then 2 axis, 3 axis, 4 axis, 5 axis, and then I don't know what the 6 is. That's the time machine axis. It's like the 6th dimension.
Go back in time and not
so
crash.
Starting transmitter. Guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we go exhaustively step by step through the process because at the end of the day, the sun sets and I can't fly. So at this point, it's like, hey, we're going to just get this done right. I'm not going to crash it because I've been hurried to get out there. It's kind of killing me. And keep away from flammable and explosive materials when charging. Batteries batteries that have already ruptured, please dispose of them in the waste. They're talking about the cells. So like if you don't know anything about lipos and you're getting this helicopter, I gotta be honest with you, don't.
Yeah.
This is not a beginner helicopter. It is dangerous, okay? You could kill yourself with this thing. Okay, come here. Feel this. Holy shinola balls.
Wow.
Yeah, we could be like heating up coffee.
Make
with
eggs.
That is, oh, you have a temperature sensor, don't you? Where is it?
Yeah, it's in there under the mat.
This one?
Nope. This one.
Get the probe style. Probe.
Here,
probe it.
help me with the probe.
Hold on, do you want me to probe it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it says 76 degrees. Check this out, guys. Oh, here, I'll probe it this way.
To like hold it on there so
There ain't no 80 degrees. Hold on.
it's going.
Let go. I'll do it. I don't want you to get burned.
It's hot.
See this, guys? Look at that. That's nuts. This thing is so energy inefficient. It's ridiculous. Now, go to the heat sinks, which are specifically right here. It'll be even worse on the fins, I bet. So I was going to say, here's a rule of thumb. If your LCD screen starts changing color, it's hot, okay? Also, if you can't hold your hand on it, then it's basically approaching or over 150. That's a rule of thumb I heard once from somebody who knows what they're talking about. So if it's like 170 degrees, you'll be able to hold it for no time. It will like almost instantly burn you.
Yeah.
If it's 140 degrees, you'll be able to like quite literally put your hand on it and hold. And it'll be uncomfortable unless you're really, 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 really cold, okay? So yeah, I'm gonna not be using that charger much because it makes me nervous. And the amount of wattage required to charge a 6S at 4.3 amps is not incredible, okay? In fact, we're done with it right now.
Okay.
We're gonna switch because it is at 4.2 and it's just balancing right now. So because it's balancing, it's dissipating a lot of the energy here, which is very energy inefficient. So I'm gonna hit this. Where's stop? Stop. Okay, so now it's stopped, okay? So I can unplug this, okay? That thing is hot as a freaking banshee. Yeah. Jeez. Oh, good Lord. You guys see what's going on there? That is really tight. Okay, so now let's look at this on an XPC battery checker, okay? I have plenty of experience with 6S packs. This get unplugged, probably never gonna get plugged in again. Okay, I'm plugging this in. At Brian Phillips RC, we don't want you to burn your house down. We will do what it takes to help protect you from burning your house down where possible. But I just want you guys to understand something, that this XPC battery checker is awesome and you should have one.
It is, totally.
Okay, it is charged. Okay. Now, if you were gonna charge it on a smart charger, it would be exactly the same process. The only difference is, turn this thing on. I have an adapter in here because I happen to be using an XT60 equipped battery yesterday. Plug that in. This does have a nice long lead, which makes it easy to get the balance lead. You can see this. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit start. We're gonna change this to 4.3 amps, 6S, LiPo, and start. Boom. Now it's already charged, so it's not gonna put much in there. Yeah, see, it's already done. Now it's just gonna freak out and try to balance everything, okay?
Yep.
So I don't wanna listen to that obnoxious cooling fan. So I'm gonna unplug it. And I'm gonna unplug it. Go back just a little bit, please. So it's all unplugged and it's ready to rock and roll. So 2200, that's 200 watts, 2 channels. It's pretty expensive. This one is 80 watts on 1 channel, okay? But there is a lot more than 80 watts worth of heat right there. I don't know what the heck is going on. So what that means is I would maybe say it's okay to get you by, but you might want to think about getting a better charger pretty quick.
Yeah.
Now that you know my opinion, you can do whatever you want, okay? So I want to see if this fits in here first of all. See, they've got Velcro there? This battery will 100% fit in there, okay? That is a weird size battery.
Wow.
That is a weird size battery. And I gotta say, like, I do not want to be dependent on this battery being my only battery, but 4,000 would be fine. Here's a 4,000, here's a 4,000 6S, okay? So this battery is, you know, slightly smaller in terms of its actual size. Will it fit? I don't know. Maybe it will. Okay.
Okay.
I am still not sure. It looks like we're gonna have to bolt just right here, just the 2 bolts.
That just does not seem like
Well,
enough.
it's gonna slide in there though, hun. Okay, so guys, look. This battery, I'm just gonna show you the charging procedure on a smart battery. Okay, so this is a smart battery, okay? So it's got a data lead in there, and then there's no balance lead because it's all contained. So I'm gonna open up this port. So here's IC3, IC5, okay? So IC5, watch this procedure. Boop. Stick it in the hole, and then wait. And then it should come up, and it's gonna start the charge. Here in mere moments, it's at 96% already, so full disclosure. And then it's gonna start telling me the milliamp hours, okay? I can go down and see the individual cells and all that stuff. So I'll just go back up to the top and let that charge. So those are gonna be the 2 batteries I'm kind of guessing we'll use. We do have non-smart batteries, it'd be fine. But honestly, if I have a smart battery, then that's gonna self-balance, which is really nice, because if you have a saggy pack and a 6S and you lose it and it goes to 0, you still have enough to fly, but it's gonna like very quickly draw those other 5 down, okay? So keep all those things in mind. Now, that was a lot of talk. I'm sorry, folks. I just wanna make sure I don't mess anything up.
I know.
This is kind of a big deal for me. This is the biggest helicopter I've ever had. I'm very excited for it, but I'm also a little bit frightened about having problems because there's only so much you can do with a helicopter to protect yourself. And the number one thing you can do to protect yourself, in my experience with helicopters, is spend whatever time it takes to set it up, which is why I'm not freaking out because of sunset. If it's an airplane, I know what the heck I'm doing, then I'll be more pissed off. But in this case, not so much. We need to get this LED installed too, because we can't install that motor system
until we do
that, because it's gonna block our access, okay?
Yeah, this is just all the same normal stuff we've seen.
In this bag, there's a piece of Velcro, okay? And then there's a light. What the frick is going on with it's an RGB light?
Is that wire supposed to be sticking out?
Well, yeah, I guess. Seems kind of stupid to me. All right, and then they've got these pads, which would be for like, I don't know, something. Yeah, why are they giving us pads, like for receivers and stuff?
Sorry, y'all.
See Velcro. Oh, so the Velcro, this would be opposite the Velcro that they provided.
Okay.
So the way we do it is we don't Velcro our batteries. We let this Velcro transfer down to a piece like this, which is going to act as, it's basically going to give us something to force it to stick in place. Because once you have a little bit of downward pressure on there, it should be fine. Okay?
Yeah.
So I just need to find a piece of Velcro that's correct. Is that
or
the
you could
soft?
cut this in half.
I could, but the thing is, like, that's a bigger piece, so it should be kind of handy.
Okay.
If I don't have a piece, then we'll use it. Okay. Okay, now, this is gonna basically fit over that. It's not gonna wanna go this way, it'll wanna go this way. So what I wanna do is I wanna make this as big as that block and no bigger, because there's really no sense in making it bigger than the block, because you're only gonna transfer a bite where you've got something pressed against it.
Right.
Okay, so as I sandwich this in that block, it's gonna need to press against something. And if you overhang, there's nothing there, it's just gonna push out of the way, okay? So then we take this stuff, which is the shelf liner, and you see how this slides around like super easy? I mean, there's hardly any resistance. You put a little bit of pressure on there. Like the Velcro is gonna hold it in place then, okay? And by the way, when it heats up, it gets more sticky, not less, okay? So then we can just take and stick this down, booyah, like that, simple. And then just trim it out. Super, super easy process. This is super effective, folks. We've done it a bunch of different ways. Now you could oversize that a little if you want, like what I did, and you're gonna be sure to have a good bond, okay? Really simple, James Bond.
Yes.
You're welcome. Now the other thing is, if you don't have that solid shelf liner like that, you can use this stuff, but we just have been really happy with that. This doesn't provide near as much support, and the adhesives come through, and it just kind of makes a mess. But we do have links to this sort of stuff. It's like 10, 12 bucks. You'll buy like a whole roll like this.
Yep.
and it lasts forever. I mean, you could do like 1 million vehicles with it. So we're gonna need to get another roll next week, hon.
Okay. Sounds about right.
So you may also notice something about the way we unbox and build radio setup our airplanes, aircraft, whether it's a VTOL or an airplane or like a really expensive, complicated, potentially dangerous helicopter, is that we just work our way through the packaging, okay? That is a means, there isn't like a wrong way or right way. And there's probably people out there thinking, it feels like you're jumping around a lot. Well, we kind of are, like you're just tripping over stuff, so you might as well get it done.
Yeah.
Okay? So this I don't quite understand. I'm kind of guessing that does this maybe go back there? Because look how far back that is.
Yeah, how are you supposed to get that back there?
Yeah, I don't understand that. Because even if this was plugged into the farthest back reaches of this device, which it might be, okay? Let's talk about this for a minute. Even if that was plugged into the farthest back reaches, which it's supposed to go right there, where it says LED. You see where it says LED? Mm-hmm. See that? It's like if it goes right there, it'd be going this way. Then I'm still a little bit confused as to how the heck am I supposed to get that?
But that light, it's like way back here.
You know why?
There's another.
Because somebody put it in the wrong hole. That is supposed to go back there. This one's the one that must go on. See what I'm saying? This one's quite a little bit longer. But even that, how the heck are you supposed to get back there?
Right.
I don't understand that. Unless there's an accessible, like guys, for the record, this is still hot.
Still hot?
It's still hot, feel it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be selling this on eBay.
Okay.
Actually, we're probably not. I'm gonna use it. So if you guys are buying this thing because you think it's like a great value for the charger, it'll get you by.
I don't know if people are though. Like.
Yeah,
This is not a beginner.
This is not a beginner
thing.
helicopter.
No.
And frankly, you could set this up with the Spectrum receiver, and all you're doing is like S-Bus or PPM out, and it just goes to this flight controller. The flight controller is what you're really after, because then you have the full features, okay? I'm not gonna tell you exactly how to do it because I haven't done it myself yet, and I don't wanna misguide. I don't wanna mislead anybody. Okay, so that UHWM or whatever that is, I think that's UHWM. It might be just 3D printed. I am still torn on like what the heck to do about that light, hun.
I know, I'm confused.
Because like, I don't know how you could possibly reach.
Is there another light port for that one to plug into?
Oh. That is a fair point. You're right. Because yeah, that's a good point. L7, they just show one, but they don't indicate like what one that is. I don't know. This is the sort of crap.
The plug for the flight control indicator light on the top of the casing, which I would think would be that on the top.
Yeah.
Should be inserted into the LED interface on the L7 flight controller.
So
that's
I bet
where you
there's a
just
plug
that
back there or something. No, because there's only 3 wires that goes to the motor.
So that plugs into where you were just talking about, because that's the LED, that's the flight controller indicator.
So look, guys, this thing is what they're talking about. Which, by the way, thanks for making it so user-friendly to plug in.
Yeah, right.
Like, what, really? Guys, call them an extension cord. Just like build an extension cord. So where does this one plug in?
I have no idea.
Or is that just like a spare?
But there's a
hole
in
for
the
it.
bottom for a light.
Yeah, I'm kind of like disappointed here. I feel like I'm getting gypped. Yeah, and then where's that one plug in? I thought for sure that they would be daisy chained somehow. All right, we got to open the back of this thing to see if there's a plug point.
Oh, okay.
Because if you look back here with me, why don't we use the provided screws? By the way, look at this, guys. That's just a USB-A to USB-C, okay? So we're in agreement that that's not useful to us. I do not know what to do with those.
Okay.
Not sure. But I think the only option is to open this.
So you want the provided screwdriver set?
Yeah, we might as well use the provided screwdriver. Because like, it's pretty obvious what we got to do to get this thing running. We got to plug in that and we got to plug in that. But then how the heck are you supposed to, like
my hand's not gonna fit in there.
There ain't no way. I mean, I'm like 6 inches away from it. Unless it fell out already. Okay. So there are a few screws here. So we're just gonna pull this out. Maybe there's an accessible plug back here. I don't know how they would have done it. That would be very unusual if you ask me. Or maybe you can reach from here to actually, you know what I mean?
Maybe.
I'm gonna go with they just like nobody thought about it.
Probably.
Unless.
Ooh, watch your gun on the front.
I know, unless. Can you feed the wire through from the bottom?
You still have to plug it in.
No, I get what you're saying. Like, and where exactly would you do that?
Right. Yeah, we don't know that either.
These are the questions that you don't want to have to ask yourself.
These are the reasons that you have a manual.
Well, and why do we call it a quick start guide? Why not just have a manual?
There's no quick start to it. It doesn't.
No, there's
It's
nothing
just for the
quick.
transmitter.
Is that it? Oh, so there's no more information?
I don't think so. I'm looking while you're
while I pull the rest of these
screwing.
screws out.
Because this just has flight safety, precautions, pre-flight, safety check,
Which, by the way, their safety says, like, basically know what you're doing.
flight environment, flight operations, warnings.
So, folks, on Brian Phillips RC, we want to show you the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. I keep citing that every time we come to a conclusion that there's something that's less than desirable, because at the end of the day, it's really easy to just not talk about things that are negative.
Right.
Oh, look.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a rubber band here. What in the frick is a rubber band doing here?
Oh, China.
Why is there a rubber band? And by the way, I can see that thing, but like what?
There's no like plug on that, whatever that.
No, that's carbon fiber. It's just a support.
Oh.
But like, why is there a rubber band on here? I don't understand that at all. Not even a little. That is so bizarre. They zip tied it on with a rubber band. Hey, I just noticed this is cracked on the backside right here. Can you guys see?
Yes, yeah, I can see it in the light.
So, but you can't see it on the front. So what I'm gonna do is, while I have this opened, that is going to be right here. So it's got a really thin spot where it's meshing up with, but I'm gonna still put glue in that right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And yeah, you're probably thinking to yourself, oh yeah, CA, that'll do the trick. Well, it'll do the trick a lot better than nothing. Okay. So watch this. All I'm gonna do is just put this in here. And it's just gonna fill the crack. That's all. Okay? Just like that, done. Okay?
Okay.
And you could use kicker if you wanted that to set fast, if you were like in a big hurry, or you were concerned it wasn't gonna go. The other thing you could do is you could put a piece of paper towel over that and it would act like, like a binding agent between all these surfaces. But what I like to do is when I don't have enough clearance, which we won't, I just spread the glue like this. And all it does is it just gives it a little bit of bite and it spreads out this little bit of purchase to help hold those two halves together. Remember, you can't tell there's a crack from the outside at all.
Right.
Okay? So I'm not gonna like beat them up over it, but I do wanna point that out. Remember, full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. It's much easier to just not mention stuff. Because why else would we bring any value? You know, our videos are so long.
Right.
If you want to waste a good evening, just watch one of our videos.
Yeah.
Maybe you could also learn something or avoid catastrophe, one or the other. All right, so camera crew and I are going to let that glue dry for just a moment. And I can tell you this right now, like, I'm just going to show you this before we continue. I can't even fit this to get it back. I can't even fit this to where the access is. Can I?
It might like physically reach, but you're not gonna be able to manipulate it in or plug it into anything.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with you. And the thing is, like, if you really get right down to it, look at this. I'm going to flip this upside down carefully. Okay. We're going to go like this, carefully. I'm just going to show you. This thing just pressure fits in there, right? Nope. Look, it's big.
So
I don't understand. It doesn't even make sense. Because we glued the top one in.
and there was already a light in there because the plug is inside. We have to just plug it in.
Yeah.
Is that a spare light?
Maybe that's what their objective is, but like, why is there a spot for a light under here?
Yeah.
It's, again, doesn't make sense at all. I mean, it was in this bag of like spare stuff.
But it's, I mean, it's not like it was labeled spare.
I just don't think there's a way to plug in two of them anyway.
I don't think there is either.
Okay, well, now we know you're not getting two lights, I guess.
We're sorry for the last 10 minutes of your life. No refunds.
You don't get it back.
Nope, we didn't either. Makes you feel any better.
Yeah, it doesn't. It just makes everybody pissed.
So
at the end of the day, you don't need to take this cover off that we can tell so far, okay? Unless you're needing to reroute a new cable to replace the motor or something like that, okay?
yeah.
And frankly, I think we're okay. Like, it's fine. Like, we're gonna survive.
Are you gonna put that cover back on, or are we gonna let that glue dry?
I'm gonna let that glue dry, because I think it's gonna make better sense if I let that dry naturally, because if I do kicker, it's gonna get too brittle.
Okay.
I wanna keep, I mean, it's already brittle as it is, okay? So now the next big question is, how the heck do we get this whole thing crammed in the hole? I mean, usually this is like a fun part, but...
Do you need some help?
Cramming it in the hole?
Yeah. We do have to plug that wire, so we're gonna have to plug two things into the back of that before we stick it in.
I agree. We are. There's no getting around it. And frankly, there are mount blocks that slide in, okay? I'm just gonna show you this. Okay, so this is gonna clearly go in like that, okay? How do I know? Because it's the only way that it would reach, okay?
Okay.
Like even close.
Agreed.
Now, that's the plug that we're gonna plug in. And then the LED is gonna go right there, okay? The LED plug. So we have to plug those in before we can really do much of anything. So I think at this point, we're probably safe to say, we're gonna have to figure this out. Like, there's no like kind of waffling our way out of this anymore. We have to actually do it, okay?
Okay.
So you see this? I'm gonna stick this right here so it doesn't fall back. Remember, there's a rubber band on that, okay? So now this thing is gonna plug in, and the tab goes up, okay? Like this. So folks, on Brian Phillips RC, we are like you. We want things to work perfectly, and we don't wanna have to beg manufacturers for information, okay? But we're also trying to be somewhat realistic. This is a relatively new product, and there's not a ton of people that have played with it yet. Okay, I'm just gonna let that fall down.
Okay.
And then this is keyed, so it only goes one way. Okay. And we got plenty of length, actually, provided you're holding it like this, okay? Okay, so I am gonna get full purchase. You see that? It's not fully purchased.
Yep.
And I'm having to do it left-handed, which is annoying, okay? Now, I am tempted to like flip this, but I don't know that that's the right move either. So this is gonna get dropped in here, and there's gonna be like not 400 ways to do it. There's gonna be like one or two ways for it to actually fit. One way is gonna be wrong, the other way is gonna be right. Okay. Does that make sense, folks? Holy tight fit. Holy tight fit. There, it's in the body. So then look, there is somewhere that this slips in back there, and I am struggling to know exactly where it is because I can't see crap.
It's gonna, okay. I'm sorry, I wish I could help you
No,
more.
I appreciate that you're trying. Okay, it's in. There it is. It's in, like it's slid in. Now, there's two screws that are gonna line up, one there and one there, okay? Wow. Man, there ain't a quarter inch of clearance, guys. It is extremely tight. All right, so body screws. Right, and then we have that cap for that light on the bottom, which, you know, I guess if
Or
somebody
it's
wants...
a spare.
No, it's not.
For the top.
No, it's not.
I don't know.
It's for an LED, but it's not the LED that they've provided, evidently. I still don't understand. Why would you not provide an LED for an LED hole? Maybe some people want that light to be on the bottom instead of the top. Or maybe you can extend the wire. I don't know. Just, again, I hate being left with questions like that. It annoys me. This is a 2mm drive. Okay.
It's okay.
Looks like somebody got a
little excited.
Yeah. Okay, I'm hoping there's a nut zerd inside of there and it's not just going into that UHWM. It feels pretty sturdy. So they must have a piece of aluminum on the other side of that UHWM.
But that's it?
Well, I mean, you're locked in already. Like, you could put no screws and it would probably be okay. You got to remember, on aircraft, it's weird, okay? You're always acting on forces. You know, it's like, how hard is it to break that free? Well, you know, it's like, there's hardly anything holding it, right?
Right.
But it's a moving object, right? I'm able to stop and start quickly. In real life, you're always up against the coefficient of friction in the air. It's like you can only stop and move so quickly. Granted, this is a high-performance helicopter.
Right.
So it's not like it's just chilling there. It is dynamically loading all the time. But yeah, it's definitely locking it in. So you may have noticed a little bit of reluctance in our overall handling of this, okay? That would be an understatement because we want this right. Like, I can't have this wrong. Like,
no.
I want it right. I want it right for the safety of me, for the safety of the camera crew, and also for the enjoyment. Like, I've been really excited about this helicopter.
Yeah.
So if you're anything like me and you get excited about stuff like that, then, oh, hey, I wonder if this is to mount that to this.
Oh.
Maybe that's it. Because I'm just like, in my haste, I didn't do as good a job as I did the other night about moving equipment into like piles. Because as you can tell, we have basically, this is the extra stuff. By the way, this glue did not come with the helicopter. I provided all that. Yeah, this would be like the biggest loser. This is the biggest loser of the whole application, okay? I got no problem with that. I got no problem with the receiver. I have no problem with anything else. Except for the LED. That kind of pisses me off.
Yeah.
Just ultimately, it's a waste of my time. And yours, guys. So, is it the end of the world? Is it still an awesome helicopter? Probably. But I wanted that LED.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think I like it anyway. Just throw it away. just kidding. I'm not going to do that. The other thing, too, is the blades. Let's talk about the blades for a minute. Okay? Now, some of the other competitive offerings in smaller size classes have blades that are painted. Not like this, but they at least have a yellow tip or they have a gray finish or maybe they have like a decal. Now, granted, I am comparing apples to oranges to a certain extent because these are smaller and much less sophisticated helicopters. These are carbon fiber and most heli guys are going to be okay with carbon fiber finish. Most. I would like to see this look scale for that. And when you're talking about a warbird, you're not going to have a carbon fiber black blade. So also, as beautiful as that finish is, it is not, you know, the look or feel of a warbird, okay? Like this hat, I don't think that should be there either. Is it bad? Is it the end of the world? Is it going to make me not like this helicopter? No. But they are findings from me. They are opinions of Brian Phillips RC. Would you call them complaints? I don't know. My complaint is that I have scratches all over this.
Yeah.
I hope it wipes off. It does feel like it's coming off some.
Is it schmutz or is it a scratch?
No, it's a straight up scratch. I'd be pissed. Well, I guess I can be pissed. It's just a scratch.
How do you know which way the blades go?
That is a good question.
Oh, okay.
I assume that they're going to go this way, but I do not know.
Okay.
And the other thing too is if you look at helicopters, If you look at a prop, this like a giant prop, then it's gonna usually go counterclockwise, but that's not always true. It depends on the helicopter. But it looks like most of our helicopters are going counterclockwise. So I'm just going with it's counterclockwise, okay? So the other thing too is now that the assembly is mounted in there, we can actually put the battery in the hole and see how it fits.
True.
Of all the stuff they could cheap out on, the Velcro. This Velcro is perfectly satisfactory to do the job and is the cheapest thing in here. Why did they not do something with like a pull through?
Right. It's like literally just a piece that's just cut.
And if it works, great. But I'm talking about like, why not have, in this price echelon, guys, you're killing us here. You need to have something that's more like this. It's just, there's really no excuse for it. Something that has a nice sturdy pull through is really expected, okay?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not expected. And yes, of course, all this crap costs money, but like really, you're gonna have to probably try to how to figure to fit that into the multi-$1,000 budget. Okay. I would never do that, except that it happens to be so long. I don't want it to get tangled. The battery is so fat, it's hilarious. It's like Sally Struthers barely fits in the cabin. And you see that? Now I can't torque
It's
it
hard
down
to tighten it.
worth a darn. Because I got nothing to pull against. And guess what?
What?
Pet peeve.
It's not. It's glued.
It's glued.
So you can't.
You can't pull it through. So you're stuck just going, press hard down and then touch it. Yeah, that worked okay. I can live with that. That wasn't too bad.
Okay.
Okay, so now real quick, let's talk about this. At some point here in Mere Moments, this is gonna have to be on here, okay? But until such a time as this is, oh, still tacky.
Okay.
Dang it. I was hoping I wouldn't get glue on my finger, but I did. I am toiling in my mind. By the way, look how nice that looks when you can see through. I am toiling in my mind about how I want this to work. And I mean, I want the canopy stuff in there.
Oh yeah.
And there's tons of real estate in there. So I don't think there's gonna be any problem with having this whole assembly in there.
We just don't know how it attaches.
Well, it attaches by gluing it in or using this double-sided tape, maybe. I mean, you could do it either way. So let's just go ahead, now that we've got the apparatus in here, okay, I'm not gonna plug this in because I have no control over it yet. I'm just gonna leave those back out of the way. Obviously, this doesn't really impact our final decision on placement and fitment. So I'm going to try to slide this in because this is going to interact with that somehow. So I'm gonna slide it in kind of at an angle until we get through past that little head-up display thingy. Okay, I'm gonna let that sit down. I'm gonna try to put this on. Drop it down, drop it like it's hot. Okay, so that looks really, really good. Like really, really good. But the thing is that gap, I'm just not sure how I want to handle that.
Right.
Or if I care. Because I mean, there is going to be a certain amount of airflow that goes through there too.
You suppose that's why they did it that way?
No, they just didn't design it. I'm torn on this, guys, on which way I want to do it. But see, I would like to have the strength and resilience of having this thing mounted. But I also recognize that it's you know, probably not going to make a big difference, the exact position, but I don't want to go too far forward and have a gap there too.
Yeah.
So I would say the best thing to do would be, let's go ahead and try using, you want to try using this?
But those are so wide.
No, I know, and these would be normally used for like mounting receivers.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't understand why that's included.
If those weren't in the kit, what would you do?
well, I would get something like it because I could glue it.
Right.
It's just that it's such a big gap potentially because there's such a big disparity on that finish.
Yeah.
But you know, frankly, I could just get glue on it. I could put the glue in there in that channel, in that trough, if you will, and then just get up in there. But I feel like if I had double-sided tape and I need to take this out in like 6 months,
that's kind of what I was thinking.
it'd be better to be able to take it out. Plus, I can slide this back into position. But as you guys can see, this thing goes up higher. I'm exaggerating here. So it's narrow here and it widens, okay? So as you slide this crap in, you have to be kind of careful how you do it.
Yeah.
I do have double-sided tape. I just don't know if I trust it. This stuff is fresh. It's probably going to work well.
Could you cut those in half?
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's just do it. I have no idea why they sent this. I assume, you know, they didn't show this as like part of the mounting of the mechanism, did they?
They didn't show any mounting of the mechanism, honey.
How is it that we don't have that? It's kind of a critical step. We show plugging in the LED though.
But they mounted the mechanism. So like we don't get any more information than that.
Well, and then they want to give this big liability release, but we're not going to like show a picture
Or
of
give
how
you
to do it.
directions.
Like, I don't think you can really release liability.
Facebook them.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to do after spending thousands.
I shouldn't lick my fingers and flip the Chinese manual.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You might want to.
this is all just about the controller. There's
Okay,
no...
whatever. We're cutting this crap.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody, I'm cutting it. This is the way we're doing it. Full disclosure, this is a little bit of a guess, okay? So I'm gonna cut it in thirds. There's one, there's two, okay? So we're gonna have 3 total pieces. And I am thinking that this is gonna pretty much work swimmingly, and I could be totally wrong. So I'm gonna just go like this, a ways back from the front, because there's only so much of it, period.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. I probably should have put that in the middle, but whatever. It's fine.
I mean, I would have put them on the inside of the gray thing, but I don't think it will matter. Can I help you?
No.
Okay.
No, and if you would have put them on the inside of the gray thing, that would have been fine too, but it's just like, you know, which
I don't think it really matters.
it doesn't really matter, right? So you're thinking it would have been easier. Help people understand why you would have done that differently.
Because you're just adding thickness to the thing that you have to like try and get in the hole instead of being able to like finagle that in maybe and then just set it down on top. But I really don't know.
I mean, you're not
just
wrong. It's just that you're gonna have to finagle it on top either
I
way.
know. That's just the way my brain thought about it first.
Okay. So it looks like you could have cut it probably 3 times and had a bit of a more perfect fit, and you would have been able to line the whole side. Okay, so I'm gonna just put it like this, and you know, just because we're gonna take one for the team, we're gonna go ahead and cut it 1, 2, and then 3 times. See?
Yep.
That'll give us a little bit more distance. So here on Brian Phillips RC, guys, we keep repeating ourselves because it's important. Repetition helps people understand things a little better sometimes. Sometimes it just annoys people. Whatever it is for you, leave it in the comments below. If it's super annoying to listen to me repeat the same thing over and over and over again, then we apologize.
I mean, I think it's interesting after doing this with you for a million years.
You know?
That, like, normally I kind of know what you're doing, but sometimes my brain just thinks about it differently. So then I ask my stupid questions.
I didn't really think it was that stupid of a question. Sometimes the questions are stupid, but that was not stupid. I mean, seriously, you know this stuff better than most dudes because you walk through them with me. And by the way, was having a conversation with one of our supporters in very recent vintage, let's just say, is the easy way of putting it, AKA earlier today. And he was really wanting to have like answers about something. And I had to kind of tell him point blank, I'm like, listen, you want it to be easy, I get it. Everybody wants it to be easy. Well, sometimes it's not easy. Sometimes it's just kind of a pain. And sometimes it takes longer than you want. And I hate to break it to you, but that's just kind of the way it is. So hope we don't lose a supporter over it, but at the same time, you know, it doesn't really change anything on our end. We've already made some footage and content that's gonna help people. And we try very hard to make content that's actually going to be helpful to people. But because of that, we don't know exactly the audience. We have to kind of go a little bit overboard sometimes with detail, okay? Because like if we knew for sure we were talking to people that had like 0 experience, then we could tailor our video to zero experience. But if you're buying this with zero experience, you need to stop right now and get help from somebody that can tangibly touch and feel the thing you're working on, because there's a good chance you're gonna have problems and you're gonna need help. I feel like maybe I put way too much sticky stuff over here and not enough over here. What do you think?
Well,
Probably not gonna
I
matter.
don't think it's gonna matter.
But I would like it to be even so that it looks good. Like if it protrudes up, I just don't think it will. Right?
I don't think it will either.
Okay. But guys, I hope you can read the stitches on the fastball when Brian Phillips RC is pitching them. AKA, if you guys want to support us and you've got questions, we'll try our best to help you. But remember, like, we put this content together for a reason, to try to help as many people as possible.
You do that one little tiny chump sit on there for you.
Sweet.
Well, and like, you can even ask our kids, just because they live with you doesn't mean by osmosis that they know all this stuff. Like,
Yeah.
they've had to learn all this stuff too.
Yep. And no, they aren't here with us when we film all this.
Right.
So that means that I have to take time to teach them a lot of the same stuff that I teach you guys on a routine basis. It would have been kind of nice if I had some more, but whatever. I don't think it's going to matter at all. It's going to, basically, I know where it needs to hit.
Right.
So that's what I'm going to try to hit. Now, in order to put this in without having problems with it sticking prematurely or whatever, I'm just going to go in this way now. I'd like to just be able to open it up and feed it in.
I know. I don't know if it's going to go,
I just don't know that that's going to happen. I don't think you're going to be able to do it, hon.
Okay.
I know you want to help, but that wasn't too bad. Okay, so now I'm going to set this as far forward as I can. You know, what do you think? Just go as far forward as possible?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And not have that gap. Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty good. So you guys see what I'm talking about, the gap right here. I want it to pass by. And then this, I don't know if we'll do something with it, but I can reach my fingers. I can squish this kind of together from side to side. And I just want to make sure I still have good fitment. But it's really hard to get in there and press down to kind of hold things in place, so to speak. So I wonder if I could get in here. Nope. Maybe there. See? Man, that looks so good.
That's cool.
It's really cool. Again, why did they not do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. So it's barely, yeah, you can see my problem is there's no way for me to pull this and actually get purchased down onto the, see?
Oh, yeah, I see.
It's not held down. And that does kind of concern me a little bit. So I'm gonna try to press it from back here with my thumb into the surface. And I'm not feeling great contact. I'm a little bit disappointed by that. I mean, is it gonna like pop out and fly out of the helicopter? I don't think so, but there is a lot of mass in there. And if you're doing 3D maneuvering and stuff, what happens when it starts flopping in there?
Moving in there?
Is that gonna break the back magnetic connection? See, my fear is it's gonna break free there. But it is held.
Okay.
Maybe we'll be okay. All right, so let's see how this looks. It is a little bit more stout when you've got that installed, by the way. Oops. Line it up from the center, drop it down. Oh yeah. That looks pretty good.
It does.
I mean, it's definitely, definitely looks good. Okay, so now, counterclockwise rotation. I know some of you guys are thinking you have really stretched this video out. We don't stretch the videos out, okay? This just takes us a long time because we're very careful and thorough. Okay, there's a nut that's here.
Oh,
it's a nylock. I'm just leaving it there. This is the counterclockwise. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Whew, that felt really bad at first. Like it wasn't gonna go.
I know.
And then all of a sudden it just went. Camera crew, one hand, please.
On what?
Just hold it so it doesn't fall. I just didn't want it to fall on like the super detailed cockpit or something.
Okay.
Now, how do I know which direction these go? I don't.
Okay. Great.
Get it tight. You want it to like, if you were to hold this thing sideways in the air, okay, and you were to jar it, when you stop, they would fall. That feels about right to me. It's a feel thing. There's going to be some subjectivity, okay? You ask 10 guys that fly helicopters, you're going to probably get 3 or 4 answers, okay? And most of them are going to say whatever Brian said. I'm just kidding. They will not say that. But we have gotten to having a lot of content about helicopters here on Brian Phillips RC. And so, because you guys keep coming back, this one's not as bad.
Okay.
I didn't have the problem I did on the other one. But here on Brian Phillips RC, we wouldn't be able to do it without you. So if you're thinking of supporting Brian Phillips RC, one of the things you can do is you can immediately smash a like button, because these videos are long format. A lot of people are watching shorts because shorts are good when you're like taking a dump. You can watch them for 20 minutes. You can see 100 shorts, or you could watch half of a Brian Phillips RC video.
Half?
Well, you're not a man. It takes the average man 3 hours to poop.
If you can watch half of a Brian Phillips RC video in one session of the bathroom, you should check with your doctor.
Listen, we're not here to make people feel bad. We're here to encourage them to watch our videos. So other ways to support Brian Phillips RC, that is so cool looking. So you remember how I was talking about the black and I wasn't sure how I felt about it?
Yeah.
I gotta say, it looks good, but it still doesn't look like a military blade set, okay?
Okay.
Also, I feel like you could go bigger. But if that looks right for scale, and I don't have a good scale for reference on this, then you could make those blades bigger. I'm sure the motor could handle it. That'd be pretty sweet. Jeez. This is a big helicopter.
Do I get like a helmet for this, or like a shark cage, or a
Shark cage?
to film from?
Okay, come over here so they can see what I'm doing. I'm closing this up, okay? So folks, listen, this is the rubber band supported cable that goes to the motor here. And this is, you know, set up good enough. You can see it's kind of doled, which is good. And I didn't want it to get glued in position, so to speak. So I'm gonna wipe off that little bit of residue. So hopefully this build has helped teach you something that was helpful, okay? I cannot pretend that there are certain inadequacies in my reality. We all have limits. One of my biggest limits is new size classes. This is the first time we've ever touched a helicopter this big. Well, that's not true. I've touched them at shows.
Right.
With permission from the builders. And I've touched bigger than this helicopters at shows with permission from the builders. But this will be the biggest one I've ever flown, okay? Now this is definitely not sub 250, so if you're gonna fly this outside of a FRIA, you probably wanna actually have a remote ID, because this is a big one. It's the type that will cause problems for people if you're not compliant, okay? Because people get scared with helicopters, okay, in my opinion. So if you're a staunch heli guy and you hear me say that and you're all butthurt, I'm sorry, that's true. People get scared about helis. They get scared about quads because they can go in any direction right now. And like with airplanes, you sort of know the trajectory unless you're talking about some heavy 3D plane. In general, they're flying this direction. You know how to jump out of the way, okay? But with a helicopter, especially when you get up there and you start doing crazy TikToks like 4 feet away from your face with a 700 size heli, which this is not, I've been there and I'm like, I just get behind the pilot. I'm like, yeah, if you want to run into your face is going to be the first one to get hit. I think it's scary myself. And I love helicopters. Okay. This screw doesn't have much to bite. It feels like it's just spinning.
Okay.
Should I put glue on it? Because I fear it's going to come out.
Oh, do you think it's going to come out?
Yeah, maybe.
Wheel?
Well, there's vibration going on.
Yeah. Do you want your CA?
I mean, it's definitely in there. It's just, I feel like maybe this would be the type where you would just put the CA in and just, you know, you can break it free easy enough.
Did it feel loose when you took it out, or don't you remember?
I don't recall, and it's kind of hard to tell on the way out. Like how intense the hold is. It's usually on the way back in.
Take your word for it.
So guys, listen, this is the way I'm gonna do this, okay? Okay. I'm gonna pull this thing most of the way out, but not all the way, okay? So then I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna put a big, healthy drip of CA on the threads, okay? That's not a very big and healthy drip, but it's a drip, okay? So there's your bigger, healthier drip, okay?
Okay.
Then I'm gonna quite literally spin this in and it's gonna spread that. And the idea is you're not trying to hold the screw in, you're trying to line the thread. So I'm gonna go back out. So it pulls that stuff onto the threads and it keeps that big drip that would have otherwise spread all over the finish of your helicopter. And I'm gonna go back in until such a time as it wicks the glue. You see how the wicking has happened? Now it's wicked into the hole, okay? See, now that it's wicked into the hole, when we tighten this the last little bit, we're not gonna have some giant blob of splooged glue, okay? It's just pulled it into the hole. If you didn't know how to do that, now you know how to do that. So now I'm not gonna go in there and like over tighten this, I'm gonna barely tighten it. Okay. And there is just a tiny little residue around there. So now at this point, with a tiny little bit of residue, I can take a rag and it can just be a paper towel or it could be a napkin, whatever's convenient, whatever's lying around, your wife's shirt. What? Is that not a good idea?
Probably not. I mean,
depends on if she likes the shirt. If she's looking for a new shirt, that'd be a good way to do it. So then I'm gonna take this clean corner and just touch that around it and spin. And that tiny, tiny bit of residue will come off of there, okay? But if I would have just gone full bore, it would have just made a big bleh and then drip. And this flat finish will definitely show those big bleh drips.
yeah.
Okay? All right, guys, we are getting so close. I mean, I could take this thing off in 2 minutes if I wanted, but I'm not in a big rush and it's dark, okay?
Right.
The biggest thing I'm concerned about is the disparity in switch conditions, okay? We have GPS, we have ATT, and we have 6G. But we also have home and we have off. So I need to know how to set that because this is going to be different from what we're used to. Now, this is not right and that is wrong. That's not what I'm saying, and don't hear me wrong. I'm just gonna tell you this, if you have 7 helicopters that all do the same thing, and you have the exact same controller and it does it differently, you want to be kind of careful about this, okay? So this is the way that they've laid them out on, like the Bell 206 that's sitting on the table, okay? Stop, run, okay, stop, run. That's the most critical, okay?
Yep.
All the way up GPS, that's the safest position. Then normal invert, they don't even use that, okay?
Right.
So off and home, so I don't know if you set home and then you can turn that off. I don't know. I think what that means is like it will return home if it gets to the low voltage or you call it out, okay? I don't know yet. We'll find that out.
But this and this might not actually be all that different.
You're right, actually, because ATT is kind of the middle ground where you just basically don't have the GPS positioning hold, but you have disc leveling, I believe.
Yeah.
But then this is going to be full 3D.
Yeah.
But I should be able to mimic and set this up to go one step up still, because that would be
Maybe
pretty
so.
sweet. And I can show you how to mimic that if you like it. I can tell you this, that has given me a lot of confidence flying all of these flywing helis outside of. But I'm also going to tell you one other thing about the flight controller that I've experienced. I crashed a BO-105, which gray, doing a flip. I crashed an EC-135 with the tail feathers behind that plane.
Yeah,
I'm
it's back
sorry.
there.
Doing a flip. There is something about the way that that flight controller works that when you get upside down, it freaks out. I'm talking about it shut itself off. Crash. It's not like you can auto gyro down. You have a tail rotor that is run by a brushless motor, okay?
Yeah.
Also, you're upside down. So good luck auto gyroing upside down, especially when you're at the crest of your loop. I do not know if this is going to have that same problem. I don't know how to explain it on the Flywings. So therefore, I don't go upside down. Although I've flown upside down a few of them. I know I've flown them upside down. We used to do it on every one we get until I had consistent replication of a symptom that I can't explain, that I don't understand. So when I understand it, I'll come back and report it to you. But I can tell you this, I have flown a lot of these helicopters. It's not that hard to do a loop on a helicopter. Especially when you know how to get back into the auto leveling if you're inexperienced like me, okay? But we're not gonna give you bad advice, and so that's why I'm not gonna tell you to fly the thing upside down until I know how to do it safely. Okay, so nice screwdrivers. These are incidentally very similar to the ones that I have in the kit over here. So I'm really happy with those. But I didn't get this helicopter for screwdrivers. Oop. I didn't get this helicopter for screwdrivers. No. So ultimately it doesn't really matter. So what's next, camera crew? What are we doing now?
Decals?
We're gonna look at decals.
But we were gonna.
We gotta battery this up.
Let's get batteries for the transmitter.
All right, so in order to battery this up, again, this is pretty basic stuff. If you need help with putting double A's in, you probably should not get this helicopter. By the way, there are helicopters you can get that are quite easy, and we will help you pick one by simply going to brianphillipsrc.com or just following to bprc.me. Same place, short link, easier to type, okay? All these helicopters you see, and many, 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 many more, are sorted by type, okay? You can also sort by manufacturer, which would be like the distributor we worked with, or the manufacturer, or both, okay? So, you know, if this is a FlishRC, then you'll be able to find it. If it's a Sterling kit, then you'll be able to find it. You know, that'd be like Flywing, but it's also Sterling kit, okay?
Yes.
Helis, we are getting to the point now where we're gonna have more categories.
We're gonna have
soon.
to sort by
Warbirds,
something.
general aviation, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we never glued on that LED cap.
Are we gluing it on even though there's nothing there?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure because I don't want to glue it on before the LED's in there, because then if we undermine our ability to put it in.
Okay.
The other thing we could do is we could also we could take that back cover off and we could figure a way to go back and solder our leads together. But we're going to turn this on for the first time, just this. Place all switches in their up position. I don't know what that switch does. Did they say?
No, I don't.
Okay, so real quick, in order to get in here, you unlock this. Okay, so it's unlocked. Then you can go to settings. You can go to system. You can go to screen lock. And you can change it. It's 30 seconds right now. You can just, I hate that. Screen lock, unlock, okay? And then hit back. And then if you're playing with settings, you can do it without having problems, okay?
Oh, okay.
Now, what you want to do is you want to look at this setting, and you see you're in GPS, then you're in ATT, then you're in 6G, okay? That does something. If you want to know what that does, you can just scroll over. Nothing, really? I don't even know if that does anything. Oh, we're not on all the channels. Yep, there you go. So channel 7 is evidently home or not. And then evidently nothing there that I can see. Remember, you can have mixes on this transmitter. Okay? So in run, those are your primary flight controls. Okay? There's not sliders on this. Oh, yeah, there are. But they're not hooked up to anything because they don't do anything on this application. Okay, so stop. If I were to fly this in all out 6G, which would be like no, basically anything, right? This would be like auto leveling, I believe, but not dependent on GPS. Whereas this would be dependent on GPS, right? So when you go here, you're going to be in like full control. When you go here, I think it's going to auto level. It's going to be like disc leveling, okay? But you can't really see what's going on until you get to this. See how it says channel 5? Okay, so channel 5. Now, when you press these buttons, I'm just double checking, nothing happens, nothing happens. So what I've been doing, and it's been really nice, of course, you got your transmitter voltage. I've been going in and I try to make a mix, okay? So I'm gonna show you what the mix looks like, and I'm only gonna show you this because I really like this setup, and it's what I did on this Flywing, okay? This Flywing, of course, is a different flight controller, but it's super similar. So let's just show you what I did here, okay? Okay, so once it wakes up, we'll have to unlock it. Okay, so now it's unlocked, and you can see that's the 3 different modes, but you'll notice it is off. I shut off the fly mode, okay? So I have to unlock this so I can show you stuff. So we'll go to System, scroll down, and Screen Lock, Unlock, and go back, okay? So channel 5 is impacted when I press this button, but we're already in home, so that's like the safest setting on this heli. So in this setting, it's gonna go from GPS to home. GPS is just like basically full autonomous flight, but it's not gonna drive you home until you do this or the battery goes low, okay?
Right.
So, but then when you're in 3D, you see it drops down like that. Whoops. I don't know why I did. I was holding the screen. That brings you up as though you were in this setting. And when I say that, I mean this button, which is not this button. They are 2 different buttons. So that button. And I rest that. And so it's really nice. So anytime I press that button, it takes me into autonomous flight. So it's like my panic switch, okay? But if I'm flying in GPS, I don't have to worry about panic. But then that also gives me the ability to hold that button, do that, get on the collective, and be up a little bit as I let go with my middle finger, okay? It's unseen, but it's happening all at once, okay? Very, very convenient setup, okay? How did I do that, you might ask? Okay, so it's pretty simple. I went in here because we are mimicking a certain condition on a channel. We're not really concerned what the fly mode says. We don't care about the labels. It doesn't matter, okay? All you need is you need this condition to be true at the top, this condition to be true in the middle, and this condition to be true in the bottom. So it's very similar over here to what we see here. This condition is true at the top, this condition is true there, and that condition is true there, okay, right? So now the other way you can look at it is you go back over here to this fly mode, and you can see it says 2,000, then it says 1,500, then it says 1,000. Now, the funny thing is, if I were to turn off fly mode, so like if I click on that, you can turn, this is controlling channel 5 via switch C, this is switch C. That has another switch label, but it's underneath that sticker. So that'd be switch D. This one's switch B, and this one's switch A. So Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, okay? And you can set these values here to whatever condition you want. And you can set a name, which is super nice. Except that you can't mix to it, okay? So if I want to go in here and make a mix, under system, oh, see how it's being dumb? Watch this, go back in. See that? You ever see how that works? Now go to function. See, we were already in system, okay? Mix, here we go. So mix. Do you have any mixes? It looks like mix 1 is off. It's hard to tell because it's sort of ambiguous. Now it's on. Now it's off. Okay, see how that works? So if I want to make a mix, and if you had mixes, you'd be able to see them here. Okay, so I'm going to turn 1 on. And what I want to do, I want to turn it on so that the master is channel 10. Why channel 10? Because nothing was changing channel 10. So it becomes a 1 and automatically switches that to 0 because there's only 10 channels. So you hit check mark. And I want that to channel, I want it to control channel 5. Now watch what happens when I try to do it. Uh-oh, it's used by fly mode, oh. So then it automatically picks another channel, and I'm like, oh, I want to crash the plane because of that. So Thanks so much, Flywing, or whatever this is.
Fly Sky.
Fly Sky. Thanks, Fly Sky. Okay, so that obviously isn't going to work because, get this, here's what you're going to have to do. If you want to do it like I did, then you have to go in here and you have to go to fly mode and say, okay, well, we know that in this mode it's at, and you can look at this screen just because it happens to be open. It needs to be all the way to the right. Then it needs to be in the center. Then it needs to be to the left. Okay? Those are the three conditions you want to replicate. See, 2,000, 1,500, 10. So it's 10, 15, 20. 10, 15, 20. Right? So 20 represents over there. 10 represents over there. Don't ask me how they came up with that crap, but you can change that value to an infinite number of whatevers. Okay? Oh, it's so annoying, that backlight. So, settings, system, brightness and sound. There's your brightness and sound, okay? Screen lock, where is the thing? Stick adjustments. It doesn't look like it's going to let us change that. Okay, so the way you have to do it is you have to go into fly mode. Now, remember, if you turn this off, you can turn it right back on. So watch, off. Now turn it on. See, it comes back to what it was.
Okay.
But watch what happens as soon as you turn it off. Watch this. This is so annoying. Oh no, it's backward now. Or is it? Not on this one. Because look, it's going to the right, then it's going to the center, then it's going to the bottom. Okay? So that's up, that's centered, and that's to the bottom. So it looks like channel 5. It did stay the same. On these fly wings, it reverses, which is really annoying. Okay, so now what that means is we can go back over to, see, and it's like, oh no, it's off. Oh no, I don't get to see what the screen says. I don't care. I don't look at the screen while I'm flying a helicopter. I look at that maybe.
Right.
Okay, so then I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna scroll all the way down to the bottom. And I'm gonna go to system, function. There we go. And I'm gonna set up auxiliary channels. What channel do I want to look at? Channel 10, none, D, A. No, I don't want to. See that stupid reset button right next to a functional key. Whoever designed this, punch him in the face. Okay, there we go. Key 2. Why 2? Just because, I guess. I don't know. That's key 2.
Is it labeled somewhere, or you just
something like
out?
that? I just figured it out. I figured it out. Okay, so now I can hit back. Now you can see aux. Oh no, you don't. Don't reset that crap. Okay, so you gotta like click ambiguously all the way over to 10. So now channel 10 is hooked to key 2. Awesome. Okay, now we can go to mix. And we can set the mix. Now we can go from channel 10 to command channel 5. Okay, hit check mark. Now, how do we want to set up this mix? I am not going to bore you with trying to figure it out. I'm just going to show you how to do it. System. I need to change the brightness. Man, that's terrible. That's terrible. Why is the brightness so crappy on this? That's contrast.
The battery is low, probably.
Oh, yeah? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Gosh, it's so stupid. Or I'm holding it at an angle. Okay, so we're going to go to System. Nope, Function. Mix. There it is.
Okay.
So I'm just going to mimic this setup because I want it on channel 10 to command channel 5. And I want minus... This might actually be backward on this one because remember?
Yeah.
So that I want to make that minus 100, okay? Hit check mark, and then I want negative. Oh, dang it. I'm gonna go to the top, the most significant bit, and I'm gonna change it to 1. See how it's 100 minus, and then position here is gonna be 0. So go to that and walk it down to 0 and hit check mark. Okay, now we can go back. Now watch what happens in monitor mode. Okay, so we're in GPS flying along, then we're neutral, flying along in ATT, then we're 6G, and I'm like, oh no! I can hit that, and guess what? Goes back to ATT. Or I'm in GPS and I'm doing fine, I hit the button, nothing happens. It's still GPS. But let's say I'm in there, oh no! Back to GPS. You follow? It's always gonna take you up a layer. And, you know, if you're really hard on about it, just so you know, this is the other side. nothing happens. Only this, okay? Only this. Oh, that is so annoying. Okay? So it's like a panic switch for us.
Yep.
Which is sweet. So now, when I am in GPS, there is no functional interruption.
Right.
But if I'm in ATT and I'm like, oh boy, then I can press the button and I'll be safe. And I'm like there, I can press a button and go back to ATT, which should be disk leveling, but absent GPS. Okay. All right. So we have now mimicked the setup of the Flywing that we like so much, but we haven't changed any of the markings. Okay.
Right.
So at that, the radio setup is technically done. Now, the other thing too is when you want to start this up, you can technically start this up, but because it's a Virgin maiden run, I'm not starting that thing up inside. I totally could. You got plenty of room to spin the thing up, but I am not going to do that. You can be in stop, whatever this is, which is nothing, GPS, and off. And you can arm this. You have to do arming is here, which is kind of weird. I don't exactly know why that is. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do a little something, a little Brian Phillips special here. So I'm just going to draw it. You ready? Excusez-moi. We're just going to draw it. Arm. Which is kind of a weird place to do because that is a functional control. Okay?
Right.
But, okay, now also on this, I'm going to walk back. I'm going to go to system. I'm going to go back up to, what am I going to do? I'm going to go to screen lock. And I'm going to go to 30 seconds and I'm going to hit back. And then that's going to get us back to standard configuration. Now I can turn this off. Okay. So that's going to get you back to everything working.
Okay.
So, but just to be totally clear, note the 6G mode does not have the height fixing function when the helicopter is flying in the air. Yeah, it'll quickly fall. That's what they're talking about. That's why we did that. Because when you go from this to this, you're gonna have to ride the collective a little bit.
Okay.
When you let go, you're gonna be up like about there to hold level. Okay, it's a super subtle. Turn on the light. See this? See this, guys? There's these detents or these marks. You're gonna be up like that, probably to hold level. But it's fine because when you get to flying, you got to remember, when you fly a helicopter, you're not usually flying with the spring return to the center, okay? So if you have this as just on a regular slider, hypothetically, a guy could take this spring out and just make it hold still. And that, if you decide to do that, they do provide this in the bag, and it's right here. I think it's this thing. I think you can take that out. Yeah, and you can put extra pressure on there, and you can also make the sticks a little bit stiffer. Okay. Oh, and also if you need longer sticks, you can unscrew these, okay? They come out like this, and then you can use this as a jam nut, okay? Once you jam it like that, then you have a longer stick, okay? Some people like a longer stick, some people like a shorter stick. It just depends on your application. It depends on the size of hand. Some people that have pincer grips, these are way too short, okay?
Oh.
I like sharp sticks because I want to be able to just by the skin of my teeth hold on to that. See that?
Yeah.
And these are good for that. Okay. It doesn't hurt, which is weird. Okay. So ways to stop low power. If you want to stop the low power return, please flick the switch to home and then flick the switch to off. You can manually control the helicopter after landing and manually turn off the motor during this period. The helicopter will not return with low power until the helicopter is powered off. Does that make sense?
Okay.
That's actually a pretty good articulate way of describing it. Now, I'm also going to mark back here that I set up panic, okay?
Yeah.
Which is like panic, okay? Ish. Which is just basically going to move us up one step from wherever we happen to be.
Yep.
Now, there are some times when that might be a little bit annoying, but I don't think it's ever going to make you in a dangerous condition. Not on this. Now on that, you might actually send it home.
Right. You can cancel that.
You can just let go of the button.
Right.
But the idea is I don't have to let go of either stick.
To switch that switch.
Which is very helpful.
Yep.
And for me, it's a big deal because it's a confidence thing. Again, when we do helis and we do like bigger, more scary things to set up and fly, I am going to tend to beat a dead horse a little bit more than usual when there's things I understand that might not be articulated clearly. This is one of those times, okay? This is not a Spectrum transmitter. This is not airware. I know that stuff really good. This, I don't. I barely know it because I've played with it a little bit.
Right.
Okay? All right, so what else do we need to talk about? Are we gonna read through this at all? By the way,
I don't know. I'm assuming it's going to be similar to the other one, but I can read.
okay. Well, you don't need to read the entire thing. I was just saying, like, what you need to do is you just need to like show the people, like kind of what's going on.
Yep.
And then,
My thing is, we're not going to be able to see the GPS module very good.
yeah, we are.
Because,
It's on the top.
Okay.
That's the GPS light.
So everything needs to be in the up position to start. We're going to wait for the yellow flash, and then green flash,
which is
and then
what we're
green.
used to.
Like all that stuff is normal.
Yeah.
Stick down. We already talked about that to unlock it.
Which I don't understand why there's not two stick movements.
Right. That's
On this
always
one, it's always this, right?
down and out, usually. Or down and to the right on both sticks.
Well, this is not down and to the right. It's down and to the outside. It's like this.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's different.
I don't quite understand why they did that on this
don't.
flight controller. It's just sort of strange. So
But
it's basically got a one-channel lockout instead of a two-channel lockout.
Once you have the green light, then you're going to go from stop to run to actually start the motor.
Yeah, so it's basically the same.
After waiting for the speed to stabilize, push the throttle level up. It will take off slowly. It'll hover in the air if you release because you're going to start in GPS mode.
Right, yeah.
Don't stop the motor during flight. It'll crash.
Yeah.
Unless you're
If you go to stop,
crashing.
it will literally shut off the motor. Which,
Yes.
by the way, is exactly what I want to happen. I do not want a helicopter that goes and breaks in a million pieces because I've had it happen to me and it freaking sucks.
Yeah.
And it's usually these smaller ones, okay?
Yeah.
And I don't want something that size doing that because it'll damage my yard.
Right.
Or the car that I hit or whatever stupid thing or the cow.
If you...
At least we get some steaks out of it.
Yeah, maybe.
It might be too thin. It might be, maybe they won't be steaks.
Maybe
it'll be lunch meat.
You can take off in the ATT or 6G mode.
Of course.
Same as like the other ones. You just start in that mode, wait for the correct corresponding lights.
Which are like blue and I think purple.
Yep. Blue flash is what we're looking for. Green for GPS, blue for the ATT.
Mm-hmm. And yellow for like seeking GPS.
Yes, if it's looking for something.
Oh, by the way, one other thing we found is, I don't know if this is even correct or not. I'm just going to tell you what we found. We have found that on these helicopters that use this type of flight controller, there is a certain amount of, sometimes you got to move the blades to actually get out of the way because they will block the GPS module.
Yeah.
Why is that thing making noise?
Inactivity.
Inactivity alarm. And by the way, I can't believe this gun gets in the way as much as it does. I had no idea.
Okay, but where's the light on the GPS module?
Right here. That's
we're
the light.
gonna see it
It's a
change
remote-
color in
it's
the
a remote light
orange
now.
thing.
Yeah, you'll see it through there.
Okay.
So the other thing too is keeping in mind that just the way that this whole system is set up, this thing is going to be spinning like a banshee. So they do want you to pull that out, and I've already done it, and it should be right. But that is also going to spin it out on its own. However, the only way that you adjust that is by, it looks like by tightening those two screws there, push down, and there is no real adjustment. That is crazy. So you can't torque those down.
Okay.
I mean, they look good, but
I mean, like that's as far as we can get tonight, unless we talk about decals. But I don't think we're
going to talk about decals right now. Okay, decals are concern. Let's show the people our concern. Okay, because this, you guys are going to see this take off for the first time, just like we are. Okay, So watch this, I'm turning it off. It's off.
Okay.
Okay? This thing is ready, and by the way, not to confuse, this transmitter goes with this Bell 206. The only reason we keep showing the Bell 206 is just to kind of like connect the dots for people.
Right.
Because I feel like a lot of people have gotten these, they've been very successful with them, and there's been like pretty limited issues. There were a bunch of issues with that early Huey.
V3.
But now we're on like V4, I think.
Yep.
And we think it vibrates a lot more than the other ones. Which, by the way, one thing, I'm just gonna tell you this from personal experience. I painted these blades, I think I mentioned it in the first port of our Unbox Build radio setup, and I have balanced the weight. Basically, I made these weigh the same. They're 37 grams. It's just a lot heavier. I had a big old run on one side, on this side, okay? Then I used tape to make my cool pattern.
Yep.
Then I measured, and you can see a dot where I balanced for the center of gravity. That is a bug mark. There's your center of gravity.
That's your dot? Okay.
Is that it? But I measured and marked both sides. So I had them off. No, it's on the bottom. Yeah, it's on the bottom. You can see that mark there?
Oh, yeah.
That's where I started. That's where I moved it to. And then over here, same thing on the bottom. It doesn't matter what side you measure it on.
Yeah.
But you need the center of mass, which is like the center of gravity of this device. You just balance it on something and then mark it. And then you take those two marks and you find like the edge of a nice square counter and you lay the blades down and you just line up the two edges and you see where the marks are, and then you slide them over until your marks line up, and then you can see a gap. And then all you do is you just move your tape, you know, the makeup tape, in my case is what I used, a bunch of tape, a lot of tape, to the other side of the mark, or closer to the mark to make more fine-tune adjustments. Or you cut your tape and move it to a different spot to bring it back closer to the center of gravity. Okay. And I moved it by about 3 millimeters. If you have to do that, that is the same exact process on a huge blade like this. I assume these are matched blades and they are going to be balanced. I don't even test them when they're brand new.
Right.
There's people that will, more power to you. I am showing you if you're gonna have to do that by watching the failure, if it happens that way. That thing was crazy out of balance. It wanted to come a hara-kiri as it spooled up. Okay, decals. This is somebody that did their own. Thanks, RC Groups. Whoever did this, this is beautiful, good work. We should have probably given credit where credit was due. Sorry, folks, we didn't, okay? That also is the factory installed, but look at the difference. Pink, 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 pink. Not pink, it must have come off of that one, okay? That scares me to death, and there's that weird thing that we
That's
installed.
a real one, yep.
Okay, so my concern is if that pink don't come off, that decal comes off.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna see the decals on this channel for that reason, okay? So the way that these things are supposed to work is just like any other wet decal. And so we're gonna do one decal.
Okay.
And we're gonna show it, and then we're gonna be done for tonight. And if the decal works, then we're gonna assume all of them will work. If the decal doesn't work, we're gonna assume all of them will not work. Is that correct?
Yes.
By the way, this thing is freaking heavy.
Oh. I haven't picked it up yet.
Holy crap. I mean, it's a battery all up. I mean, it's gotta be like 10 pounds. That's crazy. Okay, so Marines?
Yeah, I mean, that's the one you really want to work.
Yeah, I do. And if it doesn't work, guess what? We can make this with
my silhouette cameo and all of my free time.
Yeah, because it's super easy.
Perfect, great.
Take like 10 minutes,
yeah,
right?
No big deal.
Okay, so I'm gonna use a plate, just a saucer.
Okay, but if you put it on, and the pink doesn't come off, you can get the whole decal back off and not screwed up so that we can...
Just get it wet again.
Okay.
I mean, you might have to soak it for a little bit.
Okay, that's my only concern.
I prefer using hot water because the hot water seems to work better. There are other ways to do this that are sometimes more effective, but I don't do decals enough to be able to give you tons more advice than what you see in this video, guys.
Okay.
So if you're watching me doing this, you're like, oh, well, I did it in the 70s this way. I'm not trying to put anybody down. I just don't know, okay? I know what I know, and I'm limited on that.
So that's gonna be really hot.
I want it hot.
Okay.
That's the way. It's sticking in my hand. Okay, so I like to have hot water. It doesn't have to be hot water. It just seems to work better. And I will let this soak in the water for Uno Momento, okay? And that pink is lightening quite a bit.
It is.
Because,
I noticed that
but
immediately.
you know it's gonna still be there though.
But why is the pink there? I don't understand.
It's like a coating on the top of it that's supposed to come
And
off.
it's supposed
is my
to come off,
understanding.
but it never does.
It never does. You're right.
Let me just stay here, not move.
You could stay there. It's fine. I'm just gonna be on this side.
I just don't want to bump you when you
No,
go
I don't
behind
want
me.
you to bump me either. So it's got to go in front of this. I wonder if I can lay it on its side. I wanted to do this before we had this built. Full disclosure.
Yeah.
But I chose not to do it because I was like, I'm not sure we're gonna get lucky enough to do it.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So you can see there's a little decal that came off right there. Oops. Okay, so yeah, you can feel the decal glue. So I'm just gonna get this just a little bit wet. Oh yeah, she's already freed up to a certain extent. But I would say like, yeah, see tapeworms, Chinese tapeworms.
Great.
No, it's not. I don't think it's Chinese tapeworms this time. That was last time. Okay. So now some people will transfer these to that other transfer paper, and I don't really understand why you have to do that, but it's like there's a million steps. Okay, so you can see it's obviously slipping down, so that's always a good sign. And then it's super, super easy to actually put this down. My issue is, are we gonna get that pink off of there? And the question is, can we get the pink off after this dries? Because I believe it's supposed to come off after the fact.
Right. That's been my understanding in the past. We've just never had
We've never
success.
had luck.
Like, how are you supposed to get it off?
Yeah, and that's the problem is I do not want a freaking pink Marines,
Right.
Marking on there, because that is not the way Marines do it.
No.
Generally, right?
Generally speaking.
Anybody that's a Marine, do you have any pink stickers? It's not like breast cancer awareness. This is like a killing machine. It's like the opposite of breast cancer awareness.
Well,
Which, by the way, if you guys didn't know this, my mom died of breast cancer, so it sucked. So when that dries,
we'll come back and see if
we'll
we
have
can...
to see how it works.
Okay.
Okay? Because I don't know what else we can do to guarantee that we're going to find success. I don't think there is any guarantees in this particular arena.
Okay.
Because some people, like I said, they'll put it on this like transfer paper.
But that's not going to take the pink off.
Well, maybe it does.
How do you...
I just don't understand how that would even work. Do you know how that would work?
No, I would have to use the Google.
Okay, so we will Google while we're in between steps, letting that dry up so we can see if we can peel. Because you're supposed to be able to peel that thing off. And I'm like, I've never found it to come off.
No.
And there might be some other chemical agent that we're supposed to use on there.
Because they look cool if they're not pink.
Yeah, and it takes like 3 seconds to put them on. That's why it's like really nice when they work. But I'm not gonna put them on if they're gonna look like
But if the factories
crap.
look pink, I'm assuming...
Which that is most definitely what we're looking at there, right?
Yeah, yes, definitely.
Okay. So guys, without further ado, if this is how we part ways, meaning we don't find any solution, then are we just gonna leave this?
We'll come back and report.
We'll report back.
One way or
but
the
guys,
other.
support us. Buy these things from the links in the video description below. We are hard on these manufacturers in that we are trying to be as honest and forthright as we can be, because we just know it is not part of the Chinese business culture, period. And so we're trying to bring the business culture of this country to you, which includes being truthful and honest, okay? And not putting stupid disclaimers in our manuals. But this is an awesome helicopter. Even if it blows up in a million pieces, it's so cool. And I do not want to stop manufacturers from making awesome stuff by being too hard on them, okay? One of the best ways you can help support Brian Phillips RC is by rewarding these guys that work with us, knowing that we are going to be fully truthful. There are manufacturers that want to lie and get away with it, and it's really annoying. You're going to have to stop because stupid cat. So buy the helicopters from the links in the video description below. That also helps to finance our channel, which is a huge losing battle these days, because things are expensive and COVID and all the different good reasons. But at the end of the day, just understand and know that whatever you're supporting us with has already been spent 30 times. So we really appreciate you doing it. We are going like crazy building this building, and someday if we ever meet in person, ask me, I'll tell you all the numbers, but I don't want to put it out public because I don't want to be off-putting to the wrong person, okay? And we do want to be frank and truthful, and we do want you guys to understand where your dollars are going when we do earn them, okay? Because they're like, it's not a disposal, it's not a garbage can, it's like out there and it's really expensive. So I love this hobby. I loved it before we did the channel, and I still love it today, okay? We're really glad and honored to be involved in these projects. So when you support us, it's not just a few dollars that's being earned, it's also reputations we're building with manufacturers, okay? But they are going on a limb to work with people like us that'll tell the truth.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of time in these videos to find problems, and we do. And we point them out, and then sometimes like they have to fix stuff because of it. And that's why you want us doing it and not the guys over there that's like knocking something off a counter and it's like, oh wow, here's the last one, let's knock it to the floor disrespectfully.
3 minutes.
So at the end of the day, ways to support us. Buy stuff from the links, Patreon for monthly support, thanks for being members. YouTube super thanks for one-time donations, and PayPal for one-time donations, as well as YouTube members if you want to be a member on YouTube. Same thing, different input cost. They're like 30% fees. Yeah, and 17 or 18% on Patreon. It's a little bit cheaper, and we have access to comments back and forth, which is kind of nice. Also, if you want to just PayPal, just friends and family, guys. Don't waste a bunch of fees with them if you can avoid it. And then also, and still, smash the like button, click the bell for notifications, and obviously come back and watch the videos because we really appreciate you. These long format videos get really sidetracked by YouTube, okay? So guys, thanks for smashing the like button. Thanks for subscribing, doing all the things. We keep having to stop because the stupid cat is crawling up the window. So I'm distracted. But at the end of the day, this thing is really what I want to be distracted with, is helicopters like this. So stay tuned and obviously come back for more. If you haven't seen the flight and you watch this whole thing waiting for the flight, I'm really sorry. It's going to be a separate video for this. Normally we don't do that on helicopters like this that are ready to fly. This one is technically a ready to fly helicopter, but it's not quite ready to fly. It's more of like a plug and fly. It's more of like a bind and fly application, but it's a ready to fly feel because there is quite a bit of assembly, but it is easy assembly. And honestly, if I wasn't filming it, I could do this in an hour by myself, no problem, okay? Maybe an hour and a half. But since we're trying to teach people that need help, it takes longer. 2X, that's all I'm gonna say. Go to the 2X, click the gear, speed it up if you don't need as much help. Remember, somebody does, okay? All right, that's all we got for you. Thanks for watching, guys, and come back for more. All right, so folks, Brian Phillips here. Just wanted to give you a quick final close-up. And it is the next morning. Every decal has either been corrected. This was the worst. The S had broken 2 places because the pink stuff peeled it off. I struggled with that one yesterday too, but after some time, the pink stuff was able to peel off, and it was very easy, except for one spot, and I'll show you right now. That marine's got a little bit curved. It starts like this and goes like that. You can see the adhesive that's banked underneath that pink. So this one, what I did was I actually dug through my garbage, pulled out the backing paper, put it back into a tray, and that bottom half of the 5 and the last little portion of the 3 right here came off. So as you can see, I just used that to transfer it back up on. I dipped it in hot water or warm water in a saucer just like this, and then I stuck it back on there, and I'm gonna let it dry throughout the day. But otherwise, everything went together swimmingly. You would have known that by watching the maiden, but if you didn't see the maiden, I didn't want to leave you out because we did beat them up hard on that. But that may not have been warranted because we had not allowed enough time for drying. Once it's dry, it works perfectly. And what an absolute beauty. By the way, that is an X-Acto knife for size scale. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Brian Phillips RC out.